I can fill in some of the gaps if you'd like.
Yeah, that would be great.
By the way, I finally got the recording started, so feel free.
Oh, cool. Yeah, don't worry. I was going to ask you to do that after the summary, but, now is totally good.
Or I can cut and start again.
No, I just meant, I literally have a spot in my notes. Remind Spencer to start recording, and it's after summary, but now totally works. So last session you all arrived in Millshire. You enjoyed a nice evening on the town, and you kind of explored a little bit together. You weren't really sure what to do at first, so you had a meal in the park, did some stargazing, and, finished your meal. Vol swam in a fountain. Some people kind of bailed for the barracks. Some people slept actually in the park, kind of under the stars. The next day, all of you that are eligible to be paid woke up and got paid. You spent some time about the town. There was some shopping that took place. Eligor spent his time in the barracks. Perry played music in the park and met a new friend. She played the fiddle. Perry played his spoons, and they had a nice afternoon in the park together. Perry would go on later that night to go gamble and show up the next morning with a little bit of a hangover. Rorik mailed some letters and spent time looking for Captain Lambert, and as Emmy mentioned, finding him in the brothel. Rorik tried to find some information, but like you said, it didn't really go very far. Nobody in town really seems to know who he is. He would then spend a good chunk of his evening in the chapel, praying, had a nice interaction. Rallick spent his morning catching up with the Brigadier General that he's known for a while, Eric Holberg. Holberg had informed Rallick that he'd be sailing with the 4th Flotilla to Black Salt Marsh, so they'd all be sailing together. He and Callie then decided to meet up for drinks. That evening, they found a small bar with a stage. Callie would go on to jump on stage and sing some favorites. Tia was in charge of keeping Vol wrangled, but eventually he slipped away. She spotted Clipper, who had also eluded the watchful eyes of people who were supposed to keep watch over him, though his was more kind of accidental. I think it was just kind of like everybody walked away from him, and he was like, okay.
Yeah, I was trying to find Vol eventually.
Actually, when Tia lost sight of, she spotted you, and the two of you spent the evening kind of looking for him together. The three of you, after you spotted Vol outside of the brothel, would then go on to spot Callie and Rallick in the bar and join them for some fun. When Vol slipped away, finally, from Tia's gaze after Tia rolled some killer perception checks and he couldn't slip away, he turned into a cat and stalked about the city looking for the captain. He located him in the brothel. He just kind of let himself in. The captain was a little bit perturbed at the interruption, but like you mentioned, there was a pretty good conversation there.
And alcohol helped.
Yes, absolutely. Truth serum. They shared some alcohol. And then in the morning, you all met at the gates of Millshire and set out for the final leg of your journey. Along the road, you spotted a bear that was acting kind of strangely by not acting at all. You investigated it and got attacked by a flock of cockatrices who kind of flew out of the shrubbery and started biting all. Several of you got bit, and it looked like might turn to stone, but unfortunately for me, none of you did, so there goes my fun plan. Eventually you killed all the creatures, and a few confrontations took place. Rorik and Lambert kind of had an exchange of words that almost ended poorly. Vol said some stuff to Clipper about protecting his donkey, the one that's pulling the cart, and then proceeded to jump in the river and was swimming around when the session ended. So we kind of, we're going to start here on this map with each other, kind of, and let you wrap that up if there's anything you wanted to do. So take some time to think about that. In the meantime.
That retcon that I was going to find a book, but just for quick reference, what book did I find?
We're going to find a book.
Remember at the end of the session, because I wasn't there for the first hour or so, you said that we were going to go to the library and get a book.
Okay, so I did forget about that, and it's because I had in my notes that you went to the library, But when I listened back to the recording, I was like, I guess she never went to the fucking library. But that does make sense. I forgot about the retcon. It's still a retcon. We'll still get you a book. You just don't have it right now.
Gotcha.
But what we're going to do is, again, we're going to kind of open it like the particular way that we've been doing. We're going to have our cold open. So imagine this, again, the best way I can describe these is that imagine all of this kind of like a TV show. And there's that bit that plays before the credits each time. Breaking Bad did a great job with this. Having some kind of a scene that's not directly related to where the players are or what the players are doing, but it is in some way tangentially related to the world that is taking place around you. So I wasn't clear about this last time. This is not happening on the side of the road right next to you. This is something that is either like a flashback or a cutaway. It'll be the background of somebody's story. It'll be something that's never brought up again, or something that's super important in a early note. So, yes, this is session 3, Emia. Okay. So let me open I thought I had it open. Session 3, cold open. Okay. So we open in a dark room, the sound of a quill scrawling against parchment. After a pause, we hear kind of the tap-tap of an inkwell, and then we come into focus on 2 well-manicured hands as one places down the pen, the other still holding the page flat. The right hand snaps, and the ink on the signature is instantly dry. The signature reads, Head Registrar, Tiriana Nafier. The hand quickly scroll up the paper and hold the opening flat, and an invisible force moves a nearby inkwell into place and pours over the opening. A stamp follows suit, and we're treated to the satisfying clarity of an unbroken seal binding the scroll. A sigh is heard as the hands press down on the desk as this person lifts themselves up. We're given view of a beautiful elven woman with auburn hair, braided along the sides and tied up behind her head. She's frowning in the dark light of a single candle burning in the room. You called for me? A familiar voice asks. She forces a smile and spins around as our focus remains on her back. We can now see over her shoulder as the speaker comes into focus. Clipper stands at attention, waiting a few feet from her. Yes, dear, I did. I have a special task for you. A task? He asks inquisitively. I'm good at those. I know you are, dear. The smile appears to be much more genuine after that one. I need you to take this letter to Major Gill. He'll give you the additional details once he reads the letter. The blue light behind Clipper's eyes dim a little bit, and his posture drops. Major Gill doesn't like me. He's always very mean to me. Major Gill doesn't dislike you, he just... She stiffens for a moment, and her rigid demeanor returns. Clipper, I need you to do this. It's very important. I understand. I'll wait for the Major to finish and report back to you. Not this time. I'm sending you to do more than just deliver a letter. You'll be participating in something very special. She steps forward and puts her hands on each of his shoulders. You're going to do something very exciting, Clipper. You're participating in history. Once the deed is done, then you can come home, and you can tell me all about it. You're sending me away. Stop that. I just told you it's an important task, and you'll be home soon. I need you to take very good notes and many, many pictures so you can show me all about it. You see life and enthusiasm return to Clipper's body. I understand. I'll do my best. The construct salutes and then briskly turns and heads for the exit. Clipper. He stops. Turns around. Yes, head registrar. There's a long pause. It's nothing, dear. Be careful. He salutes again and makes his way out of the room. We stay with her as she turns back to her desk, slumping down heavily in her chair. Through her eyes, we see her reach into her pocket and pull out a beautiful silver pocket watch. The precision etching of her initials on the front being significantly more advanced of that which should be possible even by the most skilled craftsman. She opens the watch and thumbs over the inscription inside. It reads, "There's always enough time to take a break." We see a tear hit the watch face and beat off to the side. The watch then clicks shut, and the screen fades to black. We are then so as the screen fades, it immediately kind of cuts into your, just keeping the theme of the TV show, I guess. It cuts into your opening credits and all of your, kind of like a montage of all of you and what you've done so far alongside the roads and in the towns. You laughing together, you playing in the park, you eating together, all of those. And that is where we will open the session.
Applause!
So, oh, hey. Applause for opening credits. Cool. Everybody loves those.
Recorded in a live studio audience.
Exactly. There's like a laugh track and all that shit. But yeah, so, the credits roll. It's all of you enjoying, what little time you've had on the road together thus far. You all get your own little title card of you doing some neat shit in battle, but also probably something stupid outside of battle. We cut back to the birds that fly, that kind of show the scenery in the opening, cold open, for season 1, or session 1. And now for session 3, a similar flock of birds is seen kind of flying down a riverbank, much in the same way as the first episode. This time, however, we don't follow them for as long, and we end up alongside the riverbank. We see Vol down below us. He's swimming in the river. There are people kind of yelling at each other. Some of you are picking up arrows and, checking on the bear that's been frozen and things like that. But the time of day, we'll say, I don't think we decided, but we'll say it's like late afternoon. All of you seem to be okay. There are some dead cockatrices in the area. I will turn it over to you guys if there's anything you'd like to accomplish here.
Did we already search the 2 wagons?
You did not.
Let's
What's
search
in
the
the
2
box?
wagons.
I help.
Sure. So,
Trying to figure out what happened. Although I think it's that they got attacked.
yeah. So what you can see here there are 2 wagons. One is broken and overturned, and the other is pretty upright and pristine. None of them have people or signs of life around them. There are actually no footprints or anything that you immediately notice. Around the first wagon, you do find it's mostly just raw materials, as you can kind of see in the little box there. This is either coal or stone, use your imagination. These are definitely artisan, or not artisan, kind of like raw material carts, or at least the first one is. You find rocks, you find stone, you find coal, really nothing of interest. The second wagon does have a door that leads in and out on the side, as well as an upper area for kind of the coach. The door on the side is locked.
Don't worry, guys. I got this.
I've never heard you speak like that before.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah. So with a 14, you definitely manage to spring the. You open the door. There doesn't appear to be anybody inside. This is more of a transport a carriage as opposed to the other one, which was more of a raw material. The way that they're painted would probably lead you to believe that these are 2 separate carriages. They likely didn't arrive here together. So you made a Thieves' Tools check. Let's have 2 people that want to search the cart, and only 2 of you. make an investigation check.
This is the pristine one or the wrecked one?
This will be the pristine one. So Tia
I'll
made
get on
one.
that.
Okay, so Tia and Perry are going to search with their investigation checks. Okay, so Perry, I mean, you know, you're in here, you're rifling around in the seats and things like that. You're finding loose change. You know, nothing super important. Tia spots kind of like an overhead storage bin, and you know, pushes on it, it pops open. And inside there are various pieces of documentation, mostly official documents, things like shipping manifests and, you know, identification papers and things like that. Let's get the name generator because I didn't have this planned.
I know them feels.
I forgot about the damn cart. Let's go with
Cheese husk.
it'll take just a second here, guys. Sorry. Detective names. Why not? That's you find Tia. There are all of the documents appear to be stamped by an official Raymond and of some type. Based on the address, it looks like he perhaps lives in Millshire. At least if he might not live there, but he does transport goods back and forth to Millshire. Which what you know about Millshire based on last session is that a lot of people basically, a lot of traders bring goods to Millshire. Since it's a little hard to get in and out of the capital, it's seen as a major trade hub. So a lot of people bring goods to Millshire, sell them, and then go back and pick up more goods. Traders then move from Millshire to the capital with those goods and resell them there, probably for a pretty good profit. But you need official papers to sell things inside of the capital. So go ahead, Perry.
How far away are we from Millshire at this point?
I would say it's probably about, I think you spent 3 days on the road.
Oh, so we're like quite a ways out.
Yeah. Yeah, and Perry, as a matter of fact, while you're rifling around in the seats, you do find a dog, like looks like a children's toy.
Oh. Is there anything about it that seems peculiar at all?
Not necessarily. I mean, it looks well worn, like, you know, somebody's been carrying it around for a long time. It's probably forgotten a place or two, left outside overnight, that kind of a thing. So it's a little bit ratty, but it appears to be of a...
I'm a pretty small guy. Is it like a fairly big doll? Is it like a tiny little like rag doll kind of thing? What are we dealing with?
I would say you could fit it in one hand and kind of like hold it and play with it if you wanted to, right? Like its legs would be below your hand, its upper torso would be above. So in the hands of an average person, you know, it would probably be a little bit bigger than their hand.
Okay, I'm just gonna kind of tuck it away into one of my bags.
Sure. Yeah, you tuck it away.
Okay, and you said what I found was like correspondence and like paperwork basically for the person who owned these.
Yeah, you have a pretty good idea who owns at least one of the cards.
Okay.
Do I see what the documentation is, or
Yeah,
can
I'll
I
share
ask?
it.
Okay.
I'll come out with like my goggles all flipped down so my eyes look like weird and magnified, but not uniformly. I'll be like, I found evidence. Hand it to whoever wants it.
I'll take them. I'll look them over, and then I'll put them in my pocket.
And one more time, what was the name on the documents?
We're going to say Raymond Anderson.
Well, it seems like we're heading in the right direction to find this Raymond, so... do we have anything that can push this cart?
I was actually thinking, I have my Tensor's floating disc. I could perhaps cast that. I'd have to cast it every hour. It'll take me about 10 minutes. We could connect ropes, and perhaps the disc could pull the cart.
Ooh, let's check out Tensor's floating disc.
It can hold up to 500 pounds.
How much does a cart weigh? Let's find.
I'm guessing that's holding by all the weight would be on it. It'd be a bit different if it was dragging it along.
Yeah. I can do some math with this, but I really don't
I'm
want
going
to.
to say, Mr. Engineer, he wants to clarify.
So it does say a carriage would weigh roughly 1,800 pounds. I would assume that we could probably cut that in half, just based, this being a smaller carriage. This was meant for maybe 2 people to ride in. I don't know if this is one of those like horse and buggy things they plan on, married couples riding in with a bunch of metal on it and shit like that. But I would say it's definitely too big and too heavy to work on a disc. And Perry, you would know that just based on your use of the spell. Like, you're probably measuring it and you're trying to get a feel for how heavy it is. And you're like, we could put it on the disc, but I don't think that'll work.
I have a crazy idea and a question all in one.
Sure. Yeah, lay it on it.
You said that the other cart had a bunch of stone in it.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question. If I use mold earth, put it in the form of like a donkey or something, tie ropes to the front of it, can we push the cart?
Are you asking me if you can make a stone donkey? I'm just not.
A stone donkey, but have it actually push the cart.
Well, okay. So mold earth is a cantrip. I don't think the problem is I don't think you could generate force with that, right? Like it wouldn't be able to really.
It doesn't have force in that way.
You
or
could
if
pick
it
up.
does, it would form around.
Yeah, you could pick up like a 5-foot square cube of earth and kind of throw it at the back of the cart, but that would likely just result in the destruction of the cart.
Okay. Second question. Can I just carry the rocks with me, just like a 5-foot cube rock, and just pull it along?
Carry a 5-foot cube of rock.
Yeah, with mold earth, because I can move rock with it, but if I can't generate force besides moving it, I'd rather just take the raw materials and get that.
I mean, I would say that you can absolutely carry these with you. I would say that repeated casting of a cantrip is not only going to be distracting, but likely exhausting if you try to keep doing this every 7 seconds for, the next couple of days. Some other people had some questions, so we'll come back to that.
Can I go first with the question?
Yes, please.
So I know that Callie isn't one of the people who's investigating the carriages.
You can definitely walk over there. You just, with the rule of 2, only 2 people can roll like an investigation check on it, as opposed to everybody doing it.
Is there any obvious signs of a struggle, like, for example, blood or corpses?
That's a very good question. Let's do you, and we'll let one other person make a survival. Just let me know who it is before you roll, please.
I was looking into that.
Okay.
So I'll do it.
Yeah. Rallick and Callie are going to look for survival.
I'll take some photographs. And
Crime scene investigation.
that's right.
Unfortunately, I'm a little too worried about the potential of more cockatrices showing up too.
Yeah, I think what likely has happened here is just the struggle that you guys were just has overturned enough stone, has kicked up enough dirt, that anything around here that might have been able to be discerned as a sign of a struggle is the sign of your struggle, as opposed to those of the carriage drivers.
That's unfortunate.
And Rallick does take a moment to rub it in, but hey, there's a footprint. It's mine, but there's a footprint. Yeah, so, okay, you guys have a bunch of documents, a bunch of raw material. Does anybody else want to do anything regarding these carts, or their possible owners, or the bear, anything like that?
I mean, we'll have to report it to the nearest outpost, but I have the photographs and we can show them what we found.
We may be able to put some of the stuff from this wagon, like the things that needed to be delivered, take them with us.
Is there anything we could do to maybe help hide the cart? So if we find the owner, we can send them back and kind of give them details about how to find it, but other scavengers might not be able to?
I would say go ahead and make me a nature check. You and one other person, let me know whoever is going to make the check for you. Going once. Going twice.
Nature is not good.
Vol, I know you might have shit going on. Are you around? Do you want to make a nature check? It depends on whether or not you give a shit about this.
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
My nature's pretty good, but yeah.
Yeah, alright. What we'll do then is we'll have the captain make one. Perry, assuming that you kind of make it known that you're hoping that there's something.
Yeah, I would have asked. I kind of asked the group if anybody has any abilities or skills to help hide this.
Yeah, Lambert doesn't really see anything that you could really do, especially with the one carriage that's broken. It's kind of like, well, there it is. You can't really do much about. He would suggest that if you wanted to take the things that are worth anything, the raw materials, the money, and the documents, and throw them in the cart that you guys are bringing, it's not quite as full as it would appear in the token that you have. Because, what all are you honestly carrying? It should be more than enough space to really kind of move this stuff to the next town. You could turn it over to a guard outpost if you wanted to. And, if the owner is still alive, then they could come back and pick up the cart. Or the company that, the owner works for might send something.
I'll aid in gathering anything. I'm specifically going to look for, like the doll, anything that looks more sentimental or personal, and kind of help gather that up.
Sure. Yeah, so you guys take a few minutes and you kind of load up your cart with the remains of this cart that had broken down, as well as what little the second cart was really carrying. Once it's all kind of loaded up in the cart, you take a minute to kind of, take a look around. Let's do just general perception checks from Vol and Eligor as the only two who really haven't kind of gotten in on the searching action yet. Just general perception checks.
We see everything.
You totally do. You are just about to leave. Eligor and Vol, you're both working on picking a really heavy crate of rocks up and throwing it into the back of it. And when you guys turn around, you see footprints, but they're moving back down the road. They seem to cut across from behind the cart and move this way. And based on those checks, it becomes pretty clear what likely happened was they came across the bear. So they bailed, they ran, the bear probably attacked the cart, might have killed the animal dragging the cart, and then was eventually attacked by the cockatrice. So it does appear that they're on foot heading back towards Millshire.
It's interesting that we wouldn't have come across them on the path here.
Mm-hmm. I would agree.
I'm still not necessarily sure that I would care or say anything.
Sure. Yeah, that's just a thing you noticed.
Oh, okay.
You choose to share it is totally.
I will not share.
Eligor, did you say anything about the footprints?
No.
Excellent. So the two
Well,
who noticed
fuck you guys.
what probably happened are probably just like, they're fine. And yeah, I think Lambert would probably suggest, this is fine. We'll bring the things to the Trident, and they'll get redistributed as needed. But we should get the fuck out of here because we don't know when that bear was turned to stone, and that only lasts for a day. So let's not hang out and find out what happens when the bear comes to. So with your newly loaded down cart, unless there's anything else anybody would like to do, you continue to make your way towards the Trident. So I will switch us to the map. Somebody just confirmed that we made it back okay.
Yeah, I see that.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, I think I'm in DM mode. I should switch that.
Yep. That's okay. All right. Give me 30 seconds, and we will... I just have to open up a document. Okay. So some of the systems that we've worked on thus far for overland travel had to do with you guys making rolls throughout the individual days. There are going to be kind of two systems that we use for overland travel. The first one is the one that you've already done. The second one will be used for kind of repeat journeys or shorter trips. You know, if you're constantly moving back and forth between two places, it doesn't make sense for you guys to run across like a pack of wolves every other day. So the other thing we're going to try that'll be used sometimes is basically montage travel. So what I have here is basically what we're going to do for montage travel is you're going to be able to move multiple days in a short period of time, and I'm going to ask a single question about the journey that you went on, and I'm going to ask you guys to participate in how it was solved or what problems you ran into. So to start, between here and the Trident is only 2 days travel. I will go to your character sheets, and we'll start with Clipper. During this 2-day travel, you guys ran into a problem along the road. What was the problem you ran into?
We found a number of people that were... let's see here. They were stealing sheep from a farm nearby. We had noticed that they were looking suspicious, and we had to have a discussion with them. Eventually, we found that we weren't able to do anything about it other than report them to the authorities.
Okay, so basically, sorry, I had a request. So, you guys start off on your trip between Millshire and Trident from where you had your pre. You come across a farmstead where sheep are being stolen, and you're not really able to locate, at least immediately, the people who might be responsible. So let's go with... Here it is.
Millshire Farms, go meet.
Yeah. So, I'm just going to randomly choose somebody else. Let's go Perry. How did you solve the problem about not being able to find where the poachers or people stealing lambs? What kind of a solution would you come up with to kind of help these people that doesn't include getting their land back? Is it could be as simple as what Spencer had mentioned, reporting it to the authorities, gathering evidence, and getting out in front of it, or if you have another solution you might have come up with.
I mean, we definitely would have reported them to the authorities. Maybe have each donated a little bit to help make up for the cost.
Sure. Yeah, so Perry has this bright idea, guys, that you guys should reimburse these folks that, even though you didn't steal their sheep. So I don't know how you all feel about that, but Lambert is begrudgingly agrees. I love it, by the way. Everybody mark off 2 silver from your sheets.
Can I fix something on their farm instead?
Well, so there's more to go. So
okay.
Thank you for volunteering. So for the next bit, I should close these ones. I don't need like the summary and the cold open because I'm confusing myself. That's exactly the kind of answer I was looking for. So what didn't go as planned there when Perry suggested, hey, let's pay them back, let's report this to the authorities? Is it that you guys got mad? Did you try to come up with an alternative?
I looked inside my pouch. I looked at Perry. I looked inside my pouch. I put my glasses down a little bit to look even deeper into my pouch. And I shook my head and I said, do you have anything that's broken? I don't know what anyone else did, but I did.
Okay. So, yeah, the suggestion, while certainly sound, would rely that some of you work a little bit harder than others, which doesn't seem preferable. So, unfortunately, Perry's good nature is overcome by the party's broke asses. So, as opposed to really being able to do anything about it money-wise, Tia has offered to fix the broken fence where the poachers or, thieves are coming in and out of. So you all lose a day of travel, spending the day fixing this fence, instead of just paying them for, or just finding the bandits. So you all kind of lose a day at this farm. You're building this fence. You're cutting down trees. You're all kind of looking at each other like, how the hell did we end up in this situation? And then let's go with Rorik. What was the final result here? Are the people happy? Are they mad? Are they kind of like, you didn't find our shit? What the hell? What's the general demeanor when you guys walk away?
Extremely grateful that we aided them in whatever way that we...
Cool. Yeah, so there's a nice amenable end to the situation. Sure, you lost a day of travel, but you did some good, and it didn't cost you any money. It only cost you a hard day's labor. You got a nice meal out of it. And with that, you make it to the Trident. So let's switch over to that. Okay, so I guess it deserves a little bit more pomp and circumstance. The river that's winding along the road eventually starts to widen quite a bit. It appears to be coming to the mouth of whatever body of water it feeds into. You're coming up and down a few hills, and then over one of the hills, you spot something. And it looks like a building, but it looks like it's way too far away. Like you wouldn't be able to see it from here. As you crest to the top of the hill on your final day of travel, mid-afternoon, you come to the site that you see before you here on the page. Atop a very high hill overlooking the sea, there is a fortress. There are a few towers in the fortress, a town leading up to it. But what you see before you is what's called the Trident. It's known for both the two rivers that feed into here as well as the major road, making up the 3 points of the Trident that gave it its namesake. The dark salt-worn iron and gray granite stones are a pretty far cry from the welcoming warmth of Millshire. But for all the ferocity and functionality of this place, there's a really strange beauty in the stability and longevity that it represents. This is something to be proud of. This is a bulwark against the forces that you fight against, and a shield against those who attempt to harm you. It's a sight. You see people moving back and forth in and out of the gates. Nowhere near Millshire. This is not really a place for. This is a military outpost more than anything. You ride up to the gates. It's very heavily guarded, even from the road, which seems strange. But you wait your turn. There's a short line. Lambert's still in the cart, you all still on foot. You eventually come up to the gate. Lambert hands over the papers, and with little to no effort, they let you through the front door. You have now arrived at the Trident, one of the easternmost military outposts of the entirety of the country. This town is not Millshire. There's not as much nightlife and fun things to do, but it's mid-afternoon. So Lambert he ushers you all inside and pulls the cart off to the side. He looks down at all of you and basically says, briefings tomorrow at 0700, so don't be stupid. Get a good night's sleep. Wake up in the morning. Don't be late. And from there, you'll get your final orders. And we should hit the sea probably early tomorrow afternoon. Till then, don't want to see you. Don't want to hear from you.
Before you go, Captain, are you going to be with us on the boat?
That's not really up to me, but I would assume so. I have direct command over this unit, and I don't think they're going to send me anywhere else. But I'm not in charge on this one.
All right. I want to. This is out of context. I want to apologize to him, but I also want to be talking thieves' cant to him, and I want to ask him in thieves' cant, do you understand what I am saying? But overall, the message is, if he doesn't understand thieves' cant, I want him to understand I'm sorry for the way that I acted.
Okay, so I like this a lot, but I want you to be specific about what you're. Are these are you throwing up gang signs? Did you write something down with a hidden symbol in it? What's kind of the?
If I were to understand exactly how I'm going to do this, I would just be speaking weirdly. I would still be speaking in common, but it would be I changed my accent.
Okay, so as opposed to your accent, did you change the cadence of your speech? Man, nice weather today, huh? Is it off-putting in that way? It doesn't seem to fit normal conversation?
A little bit, yeah.
All right, let me have him make an insight check to see if he thinks you are weird.
I also wanted to do an insight check to see if
totally. Do an insight
understood.
check back to see if you can read on his face whether he's picking up what you're putting. You have no idea. Neither does he. You guys, there's this long moment where you're staring at each other, and he's like, well, suppose I'll take the cart and report the stolen goods night. Is there anything else you needed?
No, I just I wanted to apologize. I acted out of irrational anger. But I did think that when our mechanical donkey was being attacked, that you should have stepped in, at least not compromised or not put the mission in jeopardy just to teach us a lesson.
He nods at you and basically says, for as half-assed as that apology is, it's excellent. I'm not going to assume that you'll understand the methods. You just have to do what the rest of us do. You have to follow orders. That's all. When they don't go according to plan, don't yell, don't scream, don't make a fuss. It'll do you more harm than good. Sometimes the people in charge ask you to do a silly thing, and they don't want to answer questions about it. If you're going to make it, learn to follow orders. At least with a smile on your face.
Sir, I know following orders. I don't know if you know, but I know orders. And I walk off.
Yeah, he shrugs. He turns to the rest of you. Does anybody else want to say anything weird before I go?
Yeah. Oh, you're talking. Captain Lambar, I've never been here before. What should I know about the Trident before I head into town and make a fool of myself by getting lost?
Well, it's pretty simple. If you ever need to find your way, look straight up, all the way up top there. That's the fort. So if you're ever walking downhill and you're lost, turn the fuck around and go up, and you'll find your way there. This is a military town, so you're not off duty. Salute the officers that pass, The people under you will be expected to salute at you. Feel free to bust their balls if they don't. Otherwise, barracks, mess, all of it's at the top of the hill. It's quite a lot, though. So if you'll excuse me, I'm going to take the car.
As he turns to walk away.
Ivan.
Breaking the fourth wall. As he turns to walk away, I'm just gonna kind of put my hand on his shoulder and say, "Toddle bottom," and then I'm gonna turn around and walk the other way.
You say this to Lambert, or
Yeah.
okay? So he's in a cart. So you say that to him, and then you jump down and kind of rejoin the rest of you.
Yep.
Yeah. He's like, "The fuck," and just rides off. You have a way of knowing that it sticks in his head for the rest of the day.
Yes.
Did you put a curse on him?
No.
Oh.
No, he asked if anybody had anything weird to say.
That certainly was something I haven't found in the dictionary that I have in here.
Update.
It's my cousin's last name.
Oh. I'll add that to the genealogy.
We can't all be pink cups.
Is that a saying? Anyway.
I feel like I need a shirt that says that.
I'm just gonna kind of look at Clipper for a moment, and then turn and walk the other way.
I think I'm following everyone, the group.
I just go to the other side of the group from you.
So
I'm already gone.
Yeah, okay. So Rorik walks off. What about? I mean, let's just go down the list here. I know this is just. It seems like you guys have just walked into another town, and it's like, dude, we just did. So, like, I'm not going to expect a lot, but I also want to give you guys the freedom to explore this new place if you choose to. So Rorik, you've kind of walked off. Is there something specific you wanted to do, or are you just kind of like, I guess I'll start walking up?
No, with the documents, I'm gonna head to the dock because it was shipping logs, right?
Oh yeah, but Lambert took all of the documents and the cargo.
Oh.
Basically, my way of getting him out of your guys' hair is he's going to handle that part.
Okay. Well, I'm still heading to the docks.
Sure. Yeah. So as you can kind of see in the picture, assuming everybody you all made it to the picture of the tribe.
I think so.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's got like a chapel at the top.
Yeah, totally. Okay. So what you notice is, you come in, we'll just say you come in through that gate that you can see down here with the little people. And there is a road that kind of goes along the shoreline. So you don't have to walk all the way up into the building and then go across the tower and come down to get into the dock. But it's a very narrow road. You can't get carts down there. And it's kind of a long walk because you're, kind of taking a ways around. You would expect it's probably going to take you about an hour or so to navigate the shoreline and get over to the dock. So totally possible. So we'll say that you kind of head off in the direction of the docks. We'll move on to the other folks here just to see if anybody else had anything they wanted to. Anybody? Yeah, go ahead.
Before anybody else wanders off on their own, perhaps we should discuss who is going to be watching over Clipper and who's going to be watching over Vol.
I'll watch Vol.
Oh.
I'll watch Clipper.
Sorry, I'm gonna go push to talk. But yes, I'm fine with having accompaniment. Hold on. Oh, hey, whoa, hold on.
Puppy.
Pocket.
Okay,
So I Irish. If I don't know if it's okay to make up lore about my character, but I think Callie has an aunt who lives somewhere in the Trident. And by an aunt, I mean someone that she's close with who was involved in the research of Callie's limiter. But she's basically family.
Okay. So this is definitely a military outpost as opposed to a place where a lot of people live. Like, only the people stationed here live. There's not much in the way of even like a market. Like, goods come in, they're distributed, and then, they move on to where they can actually be sold. So if anything's been bought by the military, it can be distributed here. But, no private goods come into this port, specifically through the docks. There's a separate port that they would come in through. So I guess there is probably at least a small civilian population that handles like the unloading of goods and the distributing to the merchants who then carry them off. But like the military port's not used for that. It's pretty strictly kept under control here. What would you see her more as? Like, more she's enlisted and stationed here?
A researcher who is under the employ of the military. But because of Callie's like relationship with the military, they were able to, her family was able to connect with this person to get research done on the limiter.
So most research is going to be done in Central when it comes to magics and stuff like that, just because that's where the resource. If this is maybe an aunt who used to work on that kind of stuff but has been moved for some reason, that I think that would be okay. Otherwise, she could still totally be in Central working on research.
So I feel like this person is probably, whoever they are, they're probably not like active doing stuff anymore. But I imagine that means that she would also not be at the trial.
Okay. Yeah. No, we could totally work on her. We'll put her somewhere in the world that makes sense. I've got an idea actually. So let me get back to you post session and we'll see.
Okay.
Cool. So Callie and Rurik. Now, just to clarify, who was it that kind of said they were watching Clipper and who said they're watching Vol? Just in case either of them tries to slip your view, I need to know who's rolling perception.
Eligor's watching.
Eligor's watching who? Sorry, you cut out.
Vol.
Okay, got it. And who's watching Clipper?
Callie.
Callie's watching Clipper.
And for the time being, I'll stay with Callie and Clipper as well.
Okay. Cool. So yeah, you've all kind of come into the port city here and broken up into your small little groups. There are places to eat. Standard. There's got to be taverns, places for people to blow off steam and stuff like that. But they are military run, so that none of them are particularly rowdy. None of them are particularly entertaining. Think of this more or less like a naval base, right? Like, there's not a whole lot to do. Most of the people, if they want to do something crazy, probably go into town to Millshire. Eligor, anything you wanted to do in town before we move on?
Not in town. Not that I could think of.
Okay. If there's anything else you wanted to cover, just, let me know. Clipper, anything you wanted to do in town before we move on? He might be dealing with Pocket. Tia, anything you want to do in town before we move on?
Alright, I have a question.
I just forgot what my push to talk key was.
No problem. We'll go with Tia
Tia.
first, and then we'll come back to Clipper.
Okay, 2 questions, I guess. One, how many weeks has it been since we set out?
You've been paid twice?
You've been twice. Okay.
Yeah. And you're not quite ready for your next pay yet. You're still a couple days away.
Okay, that is helpful. I am going to send some money to a place
Okay.
to maintain my guild membership.
Nice. Yeah, just let me know via PM, how much you send and who you send it to, and I'll keep track of that.
Okay. Do you want that in Discord or do you want it?
Yeah, Discord's
in
probably
game?
easier.
Okay.
Doesn't have to be right now. You can do that whenever. But you had another question.
I guess we're staying here overnight and leaving in the morning.
You're all due for a briefing in the main hall, which is at the top of the hill at 0700, so 7 a.m. You can stay. Yeah, I get it. So one of the things you'd know about the towns, just to catch you up. I'm sorry, I forgot that you weren't around last session, and this is basic information you'd know about pretty much every town. You can stay for free at the barracks. You can
Yep.
You can eat for a cost of a ration card at the barracks, or at the mess hall in the barracks. There are taverns and things like that you could choose to stay at that have nicer beds, but it would cost the standard amount of coin. But pretty much, if you just want to exist as a soldier for no money of your own, you can absolutely do that up in the fort proper.
Right. Yeah, I would probably do that. But I also want to go to wherever people seem to hang out and try and see what kinds of crazy stories people might have.
Sure. Yeah, totally. Okay, let's have you do what kind of check would work for this? Well, I guess explain to me how you would want to find what a crazy part of town is. Would you ask a guard? Would you ask a local? Would you just listen to music playing? What would be your normal?
She would probably just walk up to a guard and be like, "Hey, where do people here hang out when they want to relax and gossip and talk about everything,
Yeah, you approach it's a halfling man. He's standing at his post. You ask him that question, and he says, Middleshire, if I'm being honest.
Fair.
That's where I would go. There is a bar in town. It's called the name to be inserted once I get the fantasy tavern name generator pulled up. We'll just call it the Broken Anchor Tavern. Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, a lot of people go there. It tends to be pretty laid back. The guy who runs it is an old colonel. He's retired. As long as you don't fuck with him, normally it's okay.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Salute, I guess, and walk away to wherever he has directed me to.
Yeah, he points you down an alley, and you follow the alley and pretty easily find the off street he was talking. You come across a building. It's made completely out of wood, which is kind of strange for this part of town. Most of these buildings are made of stone. As a result, the wood really seems to be kind of twisted and old. The salt air probably does not do very many good things for it. You see that the sign hanging out front is an anchor, and it's split in two, and it looks like it was broken by a beer. There's a mug sitting on top of where the break was. Yeah, door's open. It's a beautiful day. So they just kind of have the door open to kind of aerate the place out. You get hit in the face with that pungent smell of stale beer.
Lovely. I want to find the oldest, most militaristic. Well, no, that's not true. I just want to find an old sailor or something, or an old army person.
Yeah, let's make a perception check.
Oh man.
So the bar is crowded today. It's really there are people coming in. It's probably because it's starting to get hot, right? We're kind of moving into late winter and early spring. So people are kind of having that fever of it's time to get out of the house and really go party and have some fun. You're looking for somebody old, and it's hard to really get a measure for the room because you look left and you're like, that might be the oldest guy here, but let me check on the right. And then you look on the right and you're like, that one looks older. Let me check the one on the left. And everybody on the left is gone. It's a brand new group of people. People are coming and going pretty quickly. So you kind of waste some time trying to figure out who's the oldest person and eventually settle on a middle-aged woman who is sitting at the bar itself. She seems to be, like I said, middle-aged, so she's not particularly old, but she's the one face that's still there after you've turned back and forth a few times.
Okay. Does she seem sober?
No, quite the opposite, actually. She's got one leg kind of hanging off of the bar stool, and she's yelling things at the running the bar that are kind of vulgar, but not in a bad way. In like I guess they must have some kind of a rapport, from what you can tell.
Okay. If there's a spot next to her, I'll go sit next to her and buy a beer. How much does it cost?
I'll have you look that up in the PHB. It should be available via D&D Beyond, but okay. I think it's only like 2 copper or something. Well, I'll let you look it up and then retroactively.
Yeah, I'll look it up.
But you put your money down on the counter. Once a seat clears up, it takes maybe 5 or 10 minutes before the person next to her leaves. You prop yourself up on the chair. You realize you're out really far, so you kind of like got to scoot in a couple times. But then you're up against the bar. You're kind of sitting there with like coins in your hand, just waiting. The drunken woman next to you is like, "Hey, I think she needs a drink." And the bartender's like, "Well, she didn't ask. She's got money. That's asking." All right. So he comes up to you, he brings you a drink. You're now sitting at the bar with a beer next to this drunk lady.
Hello, friend, thank you. I have never been here before. Is this a good beer? And I like sip it a little and kind of just like go like I'm some kind of connoisseur.
Yeah. I would say it's not good beer, but it's not bad beer. It's beer. It's your run of the mill. It's Bud heavy, kind of like, oh, this tastes like a beer.
That's their new slogan.
Right. She's like, yeah, well, as far as we're concerned, this place might as well be the end of the world.
That's Budweiser's new slogan. It tastes like a beer.
I guess it's beer. Budweiser.
I guess it's beer with like a person shrugging on the front.
Yup.
Shruggy.
New sponsor. Thanks, Budweiser. Yeah, she's kind of like, people come and people go. And the faces always change, but the place always stays the same.
Wow, you're so wise. Are you from here?
Nobody's from here. I don't think. Oh. No, I'm from somewhere else, but this is where I'm stationed, so this is where I waste my time. You're not from here. You said you just got here. Why are you here?
We're like going on a boat and I don't know, probably catching fish. Or I don't know what we're doing. We're going on a boat. They haven't told us. They don't tell us anything.
There's a lot of boats. Yeah. I'm from a town called Brenneman. It's south of here. If you're riding south, you'll pass it. Past it?
Okay. It. We're not riding. We're sailing. So
it's the same thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Have you traveled a lot?
No. I've been stuck here for 20 years.
Have you seen it? That's a long time. Has it been pretty boring, or have you seen some like crazy stuff, like dragons flying through the sky, or like ghosts coming and stealing people's babies, or like people in crazy cool uniforms and stuff, or like really rich people that are like throwing gold on the streets? Like, what's the coolest thing you've ever seen?
One time this place caught on fire.
Oh wow. The whole place?
Yeah, it was pretty cool. They put it out, but it was on fire for a while.
How long is a while?
She yells back to the bartender, "Stan, how long was this place on fire?" He looks around the corner confused, like, how long? I don't know, once? He sticks his head back behind the kitchen and comes out with some food for somebody, and she's like, well, apparently Sten's got better things to do today. Don't worry about our conversation.
It's kind of rude, but I guess it's really busy. There's lots of people here.
Yeah, and you notice the crowd does continue to kind of circulate. A lot of people come in that weren't there before. You see people kind of finish up their drinks and their meals and they leave. She does appear to be like nailed to the... She's not going anywhere anytime soon.
So did they figure out why stuff was on fire? Like, how did that fire happen?
Hey, Stan, how did the fire... like, just immediately leans over the bar and starts yelling at this guy. It's like, it was a candle, I think. I think it got knocked over. I don't really remember.
Oh, that's
I think it
life.
was 7 years ago.
Yep, okay. It's really sweaty in here. There's a lot of people. Can I like take this outside where, there's some breeze and air? I'm gonna do that, and then I leave with the beer.
She's like, goodbye!
Goodbye, thank you!
Yep, you come back out into the sunlight. You've kind of got this mostly full beer and more or less the taste of dissatisfying conversation due to your low perception check. I apologize.
No, it's fine.
But that was the best you were going to get. Okay. Vol, do you have anything in town you want to do? You've kind of got Eligor following you around.
I imagine I'm going nowhere near that hill. If I'm looking at the picture right, I'm just going straight down. And you said that's saltwater?
It is, yeah. This is the East Coast.
All right, so I imagine I go down to the shore, wherever I can find, like, kind of... Is there, like, an opening anywhere that... I don't know if it's on rock or if it's, like, a little bit of dirt that opens up in a flat area near the water?
Yeah, so there are two routes when you come inside the gate that you see here on the picture. There's a road that takes a sharp left that basically takes you into the city proper, and then as you can kind of see, it like, goes up here and up. But there is a road to the right that basically takes you down to the shore and then wraps around to the dock.
Yeah, so I imagine I kind of like gingerly walk down there, kind of sniffing the air, and go down on all fours, and then just slowly kind of like protrude my head out of the shell and into the water for like 2 seconds, and then just pull it up real quick and like shake it back and forth and just be like, oh, this pond is gross.
Yeah, it's cold. Like, you're just coming off the winter months. There hasn't been a lot of time for the sun to really warm this. So this is like Jersey Shore circa March.
Yeah, and just...
That water's fucking cold.
And I guess for like my character's reference too, ponds or swamps are usually like freshwater, and freshwater turtles can't handle saltwater, and vice versa. So yeah, I imagine he's never seen saltwater before, and he just kind of puts his head in there and just like immediately something's wrong.
Totally. Yeah, so the eastern half of Black Salt Marsh is also bordered by saltwater, but that's all that is really there. All of the water that flows through the marsh is freshwater, so it's totally reasonable that this is your first experience with saltwater.
Yeah, so I imagine that's kind of where I want to end up for the night. I did have one spell slot left, so I imagine I would use Druidcraft again to make up. Oh, bad.
No, I was going to say, it's been a couple of days, so you would have
yeah, that's
spell
true.
slots back.
I was just going to make a small campfire and then just kind of plop down around it and just be sitting there.
Yeah, and Druidcraft is a cantrip, so you can cast that as many times as you want to without using a spell slot.
Ah, there we go. Well, I got my fire then.
Yeah, so Eligor, I don't know if this changes your plans, but as opposed to walking up the hill, it appears Vol has kind of found camp. So by volunteering for Vol Watch, you've sort of volunteered to maybe take a night and sleep on the beach. So the two of you are just sort of... I'll add back some music, I guess.
So I imagine if he does come and sit with Vol, I imagine Vol either tries to prod him for a few seconds, just like basic small talk, or just starts to go off into some like long, pointless, like fable type story of other people, depending on whether or not he would respond to Vol's.
Yeah, so I mean, so the two of you are sitting. It's still early evening at the absolute latest, and you're sitting on the beach. There's a nice campfire going. You found enough pieces of driftwood to kind of make like a small pyramid of logs, and you left. Eligor, you see Vol kind of doing this. What would be your approach here? Would you go down and sit next to the campfire? Would you stay up in the grass? I mean, you're wearing a full set of armor. I don't know how you feel about sand getting in there.
I'd probably try to start taking the armor off while sitting down next to him.
Yeah. Easy enough. It only takes you a few minutes to kind of get the heavier pieces of plate off. Do you want to describe what your character looks like what Vol is seeing for the first time?
Well, green skin, very, very large tusks, enough that taking off the helmet takes a good 10 minutes. just to figure that the helmet around the tusks. Black hair, not that bad, braided about as long as his shoulder, from his head down to his shoulder. Braided in 3 sets, I should say. 1 long braid down the back, and a couple on the sides, I suppose. I'd have to find a picture for that. Aside from that, pretty clean. At some time during the nights, or when people haven't been noticing, he's been trying to wash his face and everything, since being in armor and trying to patrol does tend to make you sweaty.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about it. No, nothing too noticeable. A couple scars here and there that you'd expect from a person in the military.
Yeah, totally. So, Vol, what you might not have known before that you're seeing for the first time is that Eligor is at least a half. You would recognize this type of person because they live mostly on the southern side of the border. So from what you understand, most orcs are actually fighting for the other side, the place called the Kingdom of Dale. So you're very familiar with this type of person, but you probably didn't expect to see one here.
So yeah, I guess I'd take it in as he kind of takes off the armor, and I'm assuming he either sits or stands around the fire where I am.
He takes it all off and then stands in front of the fire.
So there's no real shock or surprise or really any kind of emotion that comes across Vol's face. He just kind of takes it all in and then just looks at him for a second and just says, "Oh, I don't think I caught your name."
Eligor. That'll be Eligor.
And you were this is not a character. He was an orc or half orc, you said?
You should ask him.
Oh, sorry, I thought you told me that. Okay, I'll go back in character then. I'm surprised to see your kind here. You a full orc or half?
Only half. Only half.
Surprised to see any race of orc on this side of the river. What are you doing up north?
Enjoying the nice weather.
Guess it is nice out. How does any orc find themselves in this army?
Well, talk to some people, get introduced to some others. Things happen.
Fair enough. Well, would you like a drink? He's gonna hold out the reed, kind of done questioning him. He's not horribly interested in details behind just hearing the basics.
Before I take some, I'm going to ask, do you know about plants in some respect, right?
Yeah, I've spent my entire life around plants and animals. I know a fair bit.
How about the plants around this region?
Would I Irish? I don't know.
I think it would depend, because a lot of the flora is likely similar down south. Up north might be a little different. I mean, you've managed to identify berry bushes and things like that along the road, so if you want to give me a nature check, I'll let you decide how familiar that makes you with plants in this area.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's a 16.
Yeah, and I assume, and again, I don't know what the word is for herbologist, but I mean, I assume that there's different plants that grow in different regions of like water types.
Yeah, absolutely. Different concentrations of things like salt or standing water will make for different.
Yeah, so I guess I'd just go. I'm familiar with the plants I've seen so far inland, but these plants that grow on the coast of this lake or whatever this water is, I'm not familiar with these.
Do me a favor. Maybe we can help each other. When you're out looking for food, the plants, see if you can't find some interesting plants out. I dabble a little bit with plants, try to find purposes for them outside of providing shade to the ground. If you find anything interesting, please let me know. I'd like to make something to help the group. health potions, stuff of that nature.
Oh, a man after the land. Be my pleasure. And I assume after he says that, I kind of reach the reed further towards him. After I say that.
Okay. Huh?
Like, come on.
Come on, let's bond. You know you want to do it. But yeah, so the reed he's extending you smells very distinctly of booze. You're more than welcome to take a drag off of that if you'd like.
I will not. I have a job to do right now.
Fair enough. How about a story instead?
This
Feel
one's
free.
about a hair.
Actually, exactly where I'm going.
I will stare intently the whole time.
Alright, so I'm not going to go into it, but yeah,
Sure.
I imagine...
No, totally. We fade as so the sound kind of drowns out as you get two sentences into this story, and we remain focused on your face as we see the sun pretty clearly move from one side of the screen to the other in what it shouldn't be happening that fast, but it represents like how long you're taking to tell this story and the depth that you're going into. The fire stays lit throughout the night. We'll come back to you guys if there was anything else you wanted to cover. But I do want to move down to Perry. Was there anything particular you wanted to cover here in this fort? I know you're sticking with Callie and Clipper.
Yeah, so I imagine as everybody kind of makes their way off, I'll turn to Callie. I'll turn to Clipper and say, well, what would you two like to do?
I was thinking of maybe taking Clipper up to the and sparring with him. I'm not sure if he knows what that word means, but I'd like to see how skilled he is at defending himself, and maybe we can learn something from each other.
Well, that
Would you
seems
have
like a
any
worthwhile
plans?
endeavor.
I don't know what you'd learn from me. I just learn from observing. You just learn what I learned from someone else.
That's kind of the nature of knowledge, is it not?
I suppose, yes, that's actually, what is it, profound.
I kind of straighten my jacket a little bit, stand a little bit taller, straighten my hat.
Yes, I would be happy to learn from you, and also to see more of this place, since I like to document things I come upon, and I haven't been this far from the capital some time at all, I think.
That's a good point. I
wonder,
never
have
really-
either of you ever been crabbing?
Crabbing? Is this some sort
Yes.
of dance?
It is not.
I've always wanted to learn to dance, so I suppose that would be whatever you have in mind is fun too.
That's not at all the same thing, but that sounds like fun as well. We could go try to find a place to dance.
You know how to dance?
Well, I'm not sure how much you know about my people. We tend to like to celebrate. I'm not sure of my own ability, but I'm rather fond of dancing myself. I'd be happy to dance with you somewhere.
I heard that dancing was far more popular before the war. There were many styles and places to do it, but now it's less common as people are more pragmatic.
So like earlier, while Callie was talking, and like for all of the day, she had this like kind of reddish, no, not reddish, this gold skin tone, like gold skin and hair, but like while you all are talking about dancing, she just suddenly turns like green, and is like, she looks very excited.
Oh, are
Are you fond of dancing, Callie?
I love to dance.
Well, from what I understand, you're somewhat of a musician, are you not?
Yes, my birth father was a violist. Violet? Of he
a
he
veterinarian?
uh, he was a musician, and he taught me pretty much everything I know. I guess I've been kind of carrying on his tradition.
That's lovely. I'm somewhat of a musician myself, though I doubt my music is as beautiful as I imagine yours probably is. But I'd be happy to play a little bit for the two of you, and you can teach Clipper how to dance. You seemed rather excited about it.
That sounds like a lot of fun.
I always thought that my purpose might be to do something like dancing. Most Warforged were made to be very strong and tough, and I'm able to run rather fast and sense things that others can't, and all of those things. I'm swift, and I don't know my purpose, but I feel like I don't know what I'm supposed to do once all the fighting's over, and it's going to happen soon. It sounds like, but maybe this is one thing I could do. Show me.
Let's find somewhere with a bit more space.
Yeah, so let's have all three of you roll me a. Well, let's break it up like this. Let's have two of you do a perception check, and one of you do a nature check. Two of you will be looking for a place where you can dance. One of you will be looking for a space that you can see that doesn't have enough buildings in it that maybe you could dance there.
So Callie's interested in dancing outside?
We'll have you do the nature check, and we'll have the other two do the perception check.
Is that alright with y'all?
Yeah.
So, Clipper, you notice that there is a. It appears to be some kind of a stone walkway that exists between two large buildings that is likely just a footpath, but it's probably 20 feet wide. People don't seem to be using it. There are quicker ways to get where people are going. Like, both of these buildings have a front door and a back door, so people who come out the front just hit the main street. People who come out the back are seeming to kind of take the alley. So, there are two trees that are semi-close together that might make it a little bit difficult to really have the exact amount of space you want to have. And it's not, it's not a ballroom and it's not a wide open park, but there's enough room to move around in here. You can have a fight here, so...
There's no trash or sewage here either.
Right.
This seems perfect. It seems like it's a rather forgotten architectural design. Probably a bit more cramped now that the city is fuller.
This looks like a fine spot to me. Just give me 1 moment, and I'll reach into my jacket pocket, pull out a bit of fleece, and I'm gonna start waving it around again. You guys have seen me do this before. Like, I'm painting. I'm just gonna make the area around us like a little more beautiful, a little more theatric.
Yeah, as strange as it seems for this type of year, some of the buds that are on the edges of the trees that have only just started to form kind of begin to... a few birds take notice, and they kind of come down into this alleyway. It feels a little bit warmer. It's, I don't know, you've suddenly found yourselves in something that feels more like a park than an alleyway.
And with that, is there anything in the area that I can sit on? Like a rock or a cinder block, anything like that?
Yeah, there's a bench underneath each tree, and they face each other. The trees are about 10 feet apart.
Okay, I'll sit down on one of the benches, and I'm going to start playing my spoons.
Yeah, let's get a performance check. Oh yeah, you're fucking killing it. So, Perry sits down on this stone bench and kind of looks at the two of you expectantly. You look back down at him, and before you know it, these spoons are out, and he begins to kind of clap them against each other between his knee and his hand, and kind of flipping them around, and he's got a nice little beat going on. The two of you kind of stare at each other for a moment, and Clipper would, probably wait for Callie to take the lead here.
Callie holds out her hand, and oh fuck, I don't know the names of different kinds of dances, but Callie says, "This is a good beat for some kind of dance."
And I'll try to make the downbeat very obvious to help Clipper kind of find the tempo.
Right, totally.
So spoons are melodic, right?
Spoons are percussive.
Oh, okay.
Like castanets.
You could totally like salsa to this shit. Like,
and I'll be singing a tune along with this, along the lines of "You can dance if you want to."
Oh, I want to dance with somebody.
With somebody who made me. Alright, let's do two things. Callie, I want you to make a general charisma check. And Clipper, I want you to make an insight check.
So, I think Callie is going to be very, patient with Clipper and attempt to be inspiring, inspire good learning from Clipper. So I'd like to give my 1d6 bardic inspiration to Clipper.
Yeah, Clipper, go ahead and add 1d6 to your roll. Let's just have you roll.
Can I make? You said it's a general charisma. So that instead of performance.
I would say, so for general charisma, what I basically mean is just the charisma itself, unless you think you have a skill that would fit.
I'm a performer at heart.
Let's do performance.
Hell yeah. Could also make it persuasion to persuade him to do good movement.
Sure. Yeah, we'll start with performance because you knock it out of the park. Clipper, it takes you a moment to kind of figure out what she's trying to get you to do, but this little extra wink she gives you fills you with what could only be called confidence. Putting you up over the 14 beats the 13 that I had set. So you as opposed to reaching out your hand to shake her extended hand, you kind of figure out what she's going for. You put hand on hand and arm around each other and kind of take her lead. Callie, you and Perry kind of get the idea that you know what you're both going for. Both of you sense in each other that you are performers at heart, but there's a lot of entertainment potential between the two of you. You play your music and you teach Clipper this dance. Clipper, you're trying to analyze it the entire time, as opposed to having anything that might seem like fun, but in a way that's sort of how fun ends up finding you. Right. It makes sense to you.
Yeah, I'm recording the movements, and then I stop kind of forgetting to record, and I start to anticipate.
Yeah, exactly. And the three of you kind of sit in this little makeshift park. People are walking by, and most of them stop to stare for a moment, but go on about their day. But a few other people notice that the park appears to be kind of beautiful right now, even though it's just an alley. And they come and they sit down and they watch the two of you dance. Some other people actually come up and start dancing, not with you guys, but separately. A young woman and a young man kind of walk up. Basically, she pulls him into the alley by his hand, and they give you guys your space, but they dance along with you for one song, and then on the way out, they clap for Perry and they clap for you guys, and they wave and they go on about their day. You kind of just spend the evening dancing the night away.
Aw, they're cute together.
Rallick, I know we kind of took the long roundabout way of getting here, my man, but is there anything you would like to do in town? Anything you'd like to participate in?
He's just going to check out town a little bit. He wandered through town towards the dock eventually. He's going to look for a market, try to find something nice for his mom, since he thinks he's going to drop by home soon.
Sure. Yeah. So you make your way down to the military docks, and you don't really see anything that looks civilian, but somebody eventually passes by and figures out what you're looking for. They point you over towards the civilian dock area. Let's have you just make a perception check. So, for the most part, it seems people are passing like bulk goods back and forth, as opposed to anything sentimental or meaningful in any way. You hang out on the docks long enough that eventually you become kind of discouraged, and as you turn to leave, you do notice there's a man standing next to one of the buildings. Looks like a dwarf. He's got a long beard, long gray beard, and small brown eyes. He's bald up top completely, almost like he shaves his head. And he's got that look of what you, as Brian, would know to be like a Rolex salesman on the side of the road. Let's have Rallick make a insight check to see if he would know if it's a Rolex salesman.
He shouldn't.
No,
Good.
totally don't. So this guy calls you over and he's like, "Hey, kid, what are you looking for? Come over here. You're not looking for fish."
No. I think I'm going to be going by home. I was looking for something for my mom.
Oh,
you know of any shops around here?
Such a good lad. Well, no, there's no shops around here that sell anything, but, well, I was just in an engagement and things didn't go very well. I bought my lady this beautiful necklace, and I can't take it back to where I bought it, and I'm leaving tomorrow, so I'm really just kind of hoping to sell it. Would you be interested?
Yeah, I'd love to look at it.
So he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a seashell on a small... There's a hole basically bored through the seashell, and it's hanging off of what looks like, like a silver chain. It looks nice enough. It's a pretty seashell. The chain appears sturdy, if nothing else.
Well, it looks nice. How much do you want for it?
Well, I spent a lot on it. I could maybe come down to about 2 gold pieces, but I'd really be taking...
I don't know about 2 gold pieces. Yeah, he hems and haws and tries to talk him down a little.
Sure, let's have you make a persuasion check. He kind of gets the measure of you, and is like, "Oh, this poor fucking kid." So he takes a moment and says, "Well, look, I'm leaving tomorrow, so let's make it 1 gold piece. We'll shake hands and we part ways."
Sold.
All right. So take a gold piece off of your shoe. The man hands you this chained necklace, but to your surprise, doesn't leave to go anywhere. He kind of waits about 30 seconds, and he's like, "Beat it."
Oh, thank you.
Yep. tell your mother that you bought it from the most trustworthy man at the tribe.
Oh well. So he seems happy with himself, and that's all he really wants to get done. Look around town, go back to the barracks.
Cool, totally. Okay, so just before we wrap up for the evening, let's do Rorik. You had been walking down to the docks, so we wanted to kind of give you some time down here to figure out if were you going to like the military docks, were you going to going to look for the civilian docks? What were you heading for?
Military docks.
Yeah, so it takes you about an hour to circumnavigate the shore. You eventually get down to the docks. The same way Rallick did, you'll obviously get down there first. So you still have quite a bit of daylight with you. You see some people loading onto, dry shore things that have been brought in specifically for the military. But there aren't a lot of ships coming and going, necessarily. What is it you're looking for down here?
Basically, I just want to see if I want to find the dock master I just want to ask him if my brother's been in port recently.
Sure. Yeah. So you head down to the docks, and people see your uniform, so they basically they have no idea if you're getting on one of these boats, coming off one of these boats, whatever. You see a guy who's kind of flipping through some manifests. He points you to a guy who's sitting kind of more up in the tower, so maybe like right around like here. So they point you into the tower, and you climb up all the stairs, and you're up inside the tower, and there's like a small office where the local registrar is keeping records of ships that are coming and going. I can't remember, did we come up with a name for your brother's ship?
Nope.
So we'll totally do that, but in the meantime, you ask him for the name of your brother. He's flipping through, he's like, I'm sorry, do you have a date? I can look at all of these are arranged by date.
I have no idea. I haven't been in much contact with.
Let's have you make an investigation check. You're just going to kind of scan the pages with him as he looks. Yeah, you spend some time scanning the pages with him, and you don't come up to any results. You're pretty satisfied with the fact that he hasn't come through here. Or if he has, it might be buried so far back that it's not really an accurate representation of where he still is.
All right. Well, thanks anyway. If you see or if you hear that my brother is in, insert name.
You want to just call it the Banshee?
Sure.
All right. So yeah, we'll name it the Banshee. We'll have you write that. Most of the ships are named after traditional monsters in the player's handbook or the monster manual or whatever the fuck. So we'll stick with the Banshee. Yeah, he tells you. Well, I haven't seen it, but sure. I mean, should I send word somewhere? We could mail you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in pretty regular mail contact with him, but I was just wondering if he was in. If it comes by in a few days, so I stopped in shortly, but otherwise, just give him a good word and make sure he stays out of the brothel.
Yeah, the guy smiles. He goes over to a different shelf that has, basically notes that get sent downstairs for incoming ships. He specifically pulls a page for the Banshee and writes down a notice to alert the captain that his brother was through. Cool. So the night's not necessarily over. We do still have time, but I did have a request to stop for first break. So this might be the only one. I don't know. Depends on how the night goes. Everybody go ahead and let's take like 5 for now. And once everybody's back, we'll see if anybody had anything else they wanted to do. If not, we will wrap it up and move into tomorrow.
Yay.
BRB!
Spencer, are you still in here?
Okay, I'm done with PP time. Okay, sorry about the long PP time.
Yeah, I don't think I can afford anything that I would want, so I'm
What?
good.
Yeah, okay.
Spencer's back.
And I need
Spencer's back.
Yep.
Spencer?
Spencer's back. Can you hear
Okay.
me?
Totally. Yep. Okay. So, sorry, Emily, one more time.
to craft an item. Is it I have to have half of the item's price in materials? Or is it something else?
I will. Why don't send me what you're trying to make, and we will workshop that together.
Okay.
Because I don't know the official rule, but I can definitely look it up, and we'll make any tweaks to it that we need to. The only one I think Vol. Half the point of what you're sitting on the beach with Eligor, right? You wanted to talk to him. Were you expecting a response?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, mine. No, mine. I mean, it's kind of pointless. I mean, we don't really have to do it if you don't want to.
No, I would say, if you're not really waiting for a response, go ahead and cover what you want to.
Yeah. So, it was just right after where we left off. I imagine it goes on for hours, but Vold drones off into what is like this Aesop's fable, where it's just like he kind of guessed it was he calls it the turtle and the deer, and it goes into some big opening where this deer challenges a turtle to a race, and the deer's like this arrogant creature, and da da da, and we're faster, and we're so speedy, and you're slow and sluggish, and da da da, and it just goes through like piece after piece where like the turtle outwits the deer and has the deer kind of push the race off till the next day. And when the deer goes and hangs out and brags to all of his friends when he's going to go and how he's going to win this race tomorrow, the turtle goes out to the place that the race is going to have like actually take place and set like a trap in the lane the deer is going to run in. So it basically goes through this whole thing. The race starts, the deer takes like 2 steps and gets caught in this big net that the turtle set the night before, and the turtle basically like laughs and crawls his way across the finish line in like 3 hours, and the whole mortal of his little Aesop's fable is just mind over body.
I for sure thought you were going to be way darker, and so the deer hits the trap and falls and breaks its neck, so the turtle just wins by default, casually.
No, turtles are peaceful.
Yeah, so after that horrifying tale, yeah, I like that. You spend some time kind of explaining this to Eligor, and he kind of fades in and out during the fable because it does take. But at the end of it, you kind of do your that's all I have to say about that sort of bit, and the two of you kind of pass out on the. If nobody else has anything they wanted to cover, we will then kind of shift from night. We'll move you guys into the meeting the next day.
Let's get this stuff.
Cool. So we're going to move into basically, you get a decent night's sleep here in this place. You all have opted to stay in so you're in a communal hall. Eligor, I'm sorry, I was going to do a quick aside, but I wasn't sure if you were back or not. You don't have a very good night's sleep. You find your way to sleep on the beach. It's uncomfortable, and it takes you a while to fall asleep, but eventually sleep finds you. But when you come to, you're in the woods, and it's pitch black. It's nighttime. But for some reason, you can see just fine. 2 of the 3 moons hang high overhead. You see Nienna, the white moon. It's full. Heckle, the dwarf, smaller red moon, is orbiting the sky much faster. It passes several times a night. It reminds you of the thing you heard when you were a child. As Heckle dances across the cosmos, Nienna holds dominion over the night sky court, with every star in the heavens. You pause for a moment, thinking about that sight and where you first heard it. You can't really place it. Before you begin to smell something that smells very familiar, it pulls you towards it. With a dash, you're off through the trees, faster and faster as the world around you becomes a frantic blur. With incredible precision, you follow the scent and spot the source. You leap from the trees. The 2 men turn around a split second before you're upon them. You don't even get a chance to make out their faces, and only one of them gets a chance to scream. You wake up in a cold sweat, panting heavily. Your armor having been removed, your helmet having been removed, you're able to sit up and catch your breath. The fire that was burning is basically down to embers, and you spot Vol across from you at the campfire, laying on his back, reed in his mouth. It's got like a slow drip effect going on, but he's out cold. It's the middle of the night. There's no other disturbances. If you choose so, you could just go back to bed, but anything you want to weigh in on there, Rob? Might be. All right, Rob. I don't know if you heard any of that. If not, I'll read it to you different. But eventually, you fall back asleep. Morning comes. You all find yourselves. You'll make your way to the meeting room that has been assigned to you. It's pretty easy to find. You wake up in the barracks. They point you in the right direction. You all have that early morning 4 a.m. wake-up time. And make your way down into the meeting. This is a lot different than the meeting that you first had with Clipper. There are way more people here. You spot crews from ships. You spot several superior officers. There are a lot of people around, kind of impatiently waiting. All of you find your way to a round table near the back of the room. Having felt so important for so long, all of a sudden you feel significantly less important when you take a look around the room at all these other people who are handpicked to go on this mission with you. Again, just higher ranks. People who have been around a lot longer in this war, most likely. Anyway, as we kind of dig into it, time goes on. Relic, the man that you recognize, the Brigadier General, eventually walks in. He's flanked by a few other officers. When he comes into the room, you're all expected to stand up. So you all stand up and kind of, take a look at the room around you. Stand at attention. The Brigadier General then calls the room to order and asks you all to sit. He breaks down the plan for your travel. I don't feel the need to really kind of go into a long soliloquy here. The basics are, you all will be joining boats that are assigned to the 4th Flotilla. You'll be moving down the coast together as essentially an escort mission. They will take you to a small town on the coast called Gray Harbor, at which point, Rallick, you do see a little bit of a wink in your direction from Holberg. he corrects the original laid out plan that's been written down and handed to all of you. I know there's an adjustment. We're not stopping here. We're actually going to stop in Gray Harbor. Security reasons, blah, 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 blah. We will spend a day or two in Gray Harbor, and when all security checks and pleasantries are exchanged, the crews of both the Basilisk and the Harpy will join the Turtle delegation, and you will move together into Black Salt Marsh. At which point the flotilla will break off, and we will head back north, and only the Turtle delegation with you in tow will head south. They go through and begin to read the manifests of the two crews. Most of the folks that you are seeing who are going with you are riding on the Harpy. All of you, Captain Lambert, and a few stragglers are all sailing on the ship called the Basilisk. Without much to do, Holberg basically turns and leaves the room. The man standing behind him steps up and asks if anybody has any questions, which of course opens it up to you guys if you do have any questions about the orders you've just received. We'll take you back to the map to kind of give you an idea as to where you're going.
Yes, sir. I believe he skipped over how long it'll take to... how long we'll be spending on the boat?
The gentleman at the front kind of flips through 2 pages. Says, well, it should take you about a week to get to Brennemund, and from Brennemund you'll resupply and sail south. He rattles off the name of 1 or 2 other towns. All in all, I would expect you'd be at sea for about 3 weeks.
I don't know how Callie's supposed to respond to that, but she responds in the proper way and then sits down or whatever.
Oh, yeah, sure. No, once you're done asking your question, basically, you've seen enough other people ask questions. They sit down right afterwards, they answer the question, and then they move on. Yeah, if nobody has any other... Oh, yeah, go ahead.
How much time do we have in between now and loading on the boat?
The expectation would be that you're all ready to go by this afternoon, so you've got about 5 or 6 hours.
All right. As soon as we're dismissed, I go to the post office and just write my mail.
Sure. Yeah, did anybody have any questions?
Sir, I understand we are doing an escort here. Are these waters generally unsafe?
Oh, no, this is more a matter of circumstance. Sure, the surf can be a bit choppy, but for the most part, during these peace talks that all of you are aware of, but not most of the other people, this is relatively safe water. This isn't up north with the pirates or down south with the lizard folk and that he spots Vol in the room. No, it should be safe. A few other people ask some questions, and time kind of fades on in the meeting. It's about, we'll say about 9 a.m. You're expected to be down at the docks by 1, so you've got a good 4 hours to kill. Some of you go and send some mail if there are any final requests for things from the quartermaster or anything like that. You can go pick those up at this.
What kind of outfit do I don't normally wear clothes. Should I polish myself? Or maybe a wood treatment?
Do you ask that to the room?
No, I'm just asking it to, like, Callie, mainly.
Okay. When you ask if you should polish yourself, Lambert almost swallows his cigar.
I don't really know. I don't know much about Warforged, and I haven't really worked with mechanical things before. Maybe you should ask Tia.
That's an excellent idea. Tia, I need to be upgraded, and I need your help.
An upgrade? What, you need an upgrade?
I
You
need
mean I
to.
get to see your parts, your secrets?
Whoa, you're going to touch my insights?
Well, I'm only if you're okay with it, but if you need an upgrade, I probably will need to do that.
I just.
Lambert has swallowed the cigar.
I suppose you can reach inside me if you want to. I think.
Oh,
I have a question.
He spits it back up. Go ahead.
Do I hear this conversation, or
Nope,
am I already left?
You've left for the post office.
Thank God.
Callie's skin turns kind of pale, which isn't really a color she usually has.
Right, this isn't a seasonal effect.
What kind of upgrade do you need?
I need a diplomacy upgrade to be.
Oh.
People need to see me as a symbol of strength and hope for the future.
Oh. Well, I'm not sure what it would do for that. We could give you a new paint job. That's not really a thing that I am good at.
Am I overhearing this conversation?
Anybody who hasn't already left can definitely be here.
Okay, I'll come over to Clipper and I'll say,
Do you know what we could do? We could make it so that you are really shiny with the paint, which I think Perry is maybe going to say something about. And then we could also make it so that you're like really bright and blinky and shiny with like light and stuff, you know? Then you would be like an actual beacon of hope.
Perry, I'm sorry. This is good, but blinking lights are rather alarming.
I was actually going to suggest I'm somewhat charismatic myself. I could perhaps give you lessons.
Oh, like how to be charming, right? It goes with the dance lessons.
Yes, basic etiquette and, sophistication, the like.
Okay, I think we should practice on the way there. Maybe I don't need to get a special clothing or look. I could just be pleasant, right? Like this.
Oh, I think the polish is a great idea.
Yeah, immediate cut back to Tia wearing those like mismatched Rick Moranis style glasses where like one eye is way bigger than the She kind of eyes you up and down looking for ways to improve you.
Mm-hmm.
Might I suggest something?
Oh, yeah, you're still there.
Hello,
Have you tried... Have you tried maybe looking a little patriotic, I suppose? Something that lifts the spirits, represent the country.
Well, I just
Something
don't.
of that sort.
Wearing clothes feels strange. I suppose I could wear a military uniform.
Not even necessarily a uniform. Maybe a standard. Just a standard bearer would bring morale to people around them.
Like a banner, right? Like a tabard.
It's hard to not like somebody who's representing that which you love.
Maybe we
your country and your people.
Maybe we need some sort of logo or symbol of this treaty. Something different.
Oh, hold on. Callie starts rummaging through her bag. This might be a little bit stupid, but she pulls out like a large, like a scroll, pretty much, and like unfurls it, and it's like it's a painting of Callie, or like a poster of Callie with like in blue, carrying the flag of not Boletaria, yes, Boletaria. Carrying the flag of Boletaria in like text like you can fight for your nation or whatever. I'm not very good at it. I was supposed to research propaganda shit, but I didn't.
Yeah,
but, like inspiring words.
This might be the first time that those of you on the front have noticed, which would have likely only been like Rurik and Perry and maybe Tia, you might have seen a thing or two based on where you come from is, but Callie's now holding a poster of herself with like all this patriotic bullshit on it that was likely plastered in a lot of places that you might have seen over the course of the last, we'll say, maybe year or so.
Why, yes, I think this is exactly what we need.
I suppose. I mean, if it's popular, maybe I have a speaker. I can play songs. I could record you. Actually, I don't have a mimicry talent, so that wouldn't work. But I could think of something later.
It could be like an overconfidence thing, like you pretend you can't.
Yes, and I'll also, maybe we'll just design something. I have plenty of tools, and we'll make. If you design something, I can generate it and make it into a plate for my chest or my back. Anyway, good. We're on the same page. I just want to make sure everyone feels inspired.
Perfect.
On a side story of what Rorik is doing, he somehow remembers, oh yeah, I had an idea. Goes to the market, tries to get as close to a necklace for the Shield Guardian as possible, and just be like, this guy is my Shield Guardian.
So there's definitely not a market, but if you wander down into the civilian docks, there is a shady-looking dwarf standing between two buildings with a couple necklaces to sell.
Oh, he's got good stuff.
Man, whichever one looks as close to a Shield Guardian necklace as possible.
Sure, we'll start with an insight check. So go ahead and roll me an insight check. Yeah, he looks like the most trustworthy motherfucker you have ever seen. And there he stands in an alleyway, notices that you are looking for something that does not appear to be coming into the docks, and he says, "Hey, kid, come on over here. You're not looking for fish. What are you down here looking for?"
I need... You know what? I don't even care what quality it is. Just give me something that kind of looks like a Shield Guardian necklace.
You would not believe this. I just bought one of those from my dad, but he passed away before I could give it to him, and I don't really need it, so I'm trying to get rid of it. 2 gold pieces, and it's yours.
2 gold pieces?
2. Yep.
I can do 1.
It's a Shield Guardian necklace. 1 gold. Get out of here.
I don't need an actual one. I want one that looks like it. I'm not trying to actually use a Shield Guardian. I'm just trying to make one look, you know what?
Yeah, let's have you roll the persuasion check. He thinks about it for a moment and says, "Look, let's do 1 gold. I can't take too much of a bath on this kid. Come on."
Fine, 1 gold. But, you know, I have my reservations about this, and, you know...
Yeah, he holds out and goes, 1 gold, 2 silver, right?
Yeah, just give me 1 second. I want to take it, I want to bite it, just to make sure it's not, like, tin or something.
No, it's definitely tin. So it tastes like shit, but you bite it. I would say that, like, you as the player cannot identify that it's tin, but it does not crack.
Well, does it bend at all?
How hard do you bite it?
Pretty hard.
Let's get a Constitution saving throw.
Oh my god!
Oh boy! So it's hard enough that one of your teeth comes loose. It kind of like protrudes forward, It looks awful. You kind of
I'm gonna use my inspiration just to save my teeth.
So inspiration will be before the roll.
Yeah, has to be
God
before.
damn it.
But I'll let you get away with it. So
Okay.
just because, if I haven't made it clear, you have to declare inspiration before you roll. There's the official declaration. So you bite into this thing and it snaps into about 100 pieces.
Well then. There you go. I just fucking walk away.
It's like hey, you broke it.
Yeah, well, you should be buying, or you should be selling more legit stuff. I'm not even looking for that, something that, just want something that looks like a Shield Guardian necklace, but, isn't made of crap.
Alright, so let's have you roll 1d20 since I let you get away with one. So you walk away and realize that the gold and 2 silver pieces that you were holding are gone. You don't notice it for a while. It takes you, you're about halfway back, and you go to, you look in your hand and you're like, I had it. I must have put it with the rest of my... And it's gone. So while you were biting the necklace, he managed to pickpocket you and swipe away the money for the necklace.
Damn.
But your teeth are all straight, so win some, lose some.
Okay. I'll continue my search another day.
Sure, totally.
To have the Shield Guardian necklace.
We can definitely get you one.
Wouldn't it be good if you had 2 crafters with you? Oh wait, but you're doing something fishy.
Fishy. Okay, so Vol, I know you walked away in disgust. I would assume Eligor followed you since you were guarding him.
Yep.
Does anybody want to do anything else in town? You've got about 3 hours, let's say, at this point, before the boats take off.
Once we finish the conversation with Clipper, I'll head down to the docks and try to find the boats that we're going to be on and offer any assistance.
Totally, yeah. So you come down, there are only 2 boats in port right now. There is the Basilisk, and there is the Harpy. The 2 that you have heard that, all of the people going on this mission are going to board in one way or another. So those 2 boats are docked. You don't have to look too far offshore to see the rest of the 4th are kind of out there. You know what I mean? They didn't feel a need to come in and dock. So, Clipper, are you doing something crazy right now, or are you just checking?
I was just showing off all of my tool efficiencies.
Okay. I was like, I guess we'll circle back to whatever Clipper's doing. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, you spot the rest of the 4th off of shore, kind of in a holding pattern, which is what you would expect. You know enough about naval travel that, this would be something that makes sense. You come down, you easily spot the person in charge of loading and unloading the Basilisk. It's just we'll say it's an elven woman. She's younger, but she's kind of whipping these people's asses. She's telling them up and down, like, you're doing that wrong, or, hold the other side higher, so on and so forth. She seems to be kind of in charge of moving the cargo back and forth.
Okay, I'll approach her and Peregrine Pinkup, I see you seem to be having some trouble with your men. May I help you in any way?
She looks over to you and then kind of looks down and sees you there, ready to go. Takes her a second, and she stops and she salutes and she's, Lieutenant, we should be ready to go here shortly, sir. Don't worry about it. We'll take care of all of this. We'll make sure that the ship is fully stocked and ready to go.
No need to panic, my dear. I'm here to help.
Oh, she's kind of doing that, like, I need an adult look as she looks around. Well, sir, some of the men are a little bit hungover. I suppose if you just board the ship, a lot of them might straighten up in general. Most folks aren't down here yet. There's still a few hours before boarding. You can feel free to go below and enjoy the quiet of the officer's cabin, but they might respond better to you.
Absolutely. And I'll go on the ship, and anyone who seems to be having trouble, I'll, see if I can help them.
Sure, totally. Let's have you make what kind of check would make sense here? Let's do like a survival check, maybe. I want you to make 2 checks. Make a survival check and then make an intimidation check.
Intimidation? Trying to be nice to them.
Yep, but it's not up to you. You're wearing a particular uniform.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So your kindness overshadows your uniform. The intimidation was kind of a reverse check. If it was too high, they were going to be too intimidated to ask you for help. But the survival check is high enough that you spot a few things that people are doing wrong, having spent, some time on a ship. You notice that they're not doing things appropriately, they're not loading things correctly. They're working hard, not smart. So you, with a 12, will probably have to spend the rest of your time doing it, but you are down at the docks, and you're definitely making a difference in loading this ship, and when you free up, possibly the Heartbeat too.
Sure. I'll use it as kind of a coaching opportunity if, anyone who I see struggling with any particular task, like, oh, you see, if you tie the knot this way, it's tighter and much less likely to come loose.
Oh, yeah, for sure. The guy who sees you do that is super confused. I've been doing this for years. Where did you learn that?
Oh, I've spent some time on ships.
Wow.
Here, do it with me. You try.
Yeah, he gives it a shot, and he fumbles it once or twice, but eventually figures it out.
And now that's a thing that you know, and I'll go help the next person.
Totally. So you spend the rest of the afternoon until everybody's ready to go, kind of facilitating the loading of the ship as well. Yeah, both ships, we'll say the Basilisk and the Heartbeat. You manage to kind of help them get ready to go. Still got that same amount of time left if anybody else wants to accomplish anything before you board the ships.
Yeah, is there time to go for a swim? Sorry. You want to talk?
Yeah, I was going to say, is there an herbalist in town? Or someplace that sells plants of that nature?
I would say that there is not a specific herbalist with the lack of a market, but if you're looking for a specific herb, the quartermaster might have it.
Alright. I will want to go to the quartermaster and ask if they... Well, I'm going to go to the quartermaster.
Okay. Yeah, you would know where to head. You spent enough time in the barracks last night that the quartermaster is down. It is a kind of a middle-aged human man. He is standing at the counter. Not a lot going on right now. He's sort of just doing that, like, cross-tap with his fingers, the old... So, just waiting to be approached.
Alright. So I'm going to go up to him and ask, do you happen to have 2 things? 1, glass. Preferably things that are not needed, things that might be going to waste, or anything of that nature. And 2, plants. Plants poisonous, plants that are known to help, heal, anything of that nature as well.
He looks down at his inventory sheet. Glass. Any specific glass? What am I looking for here, son?
Any glass that you find in great supply that not many people will use. Anything like that. Something that finds itself sitting around gathering dust.
Yeah, so he looks at you quizzically, and then, well, no, we reuse all of the glass we use that isn't broken. Do you want our broken glass?
That'll do fine.
He takes a moment to kind of eye you up and down before walking into the back and coming out with like what's essentially a wooden bucket. Let's say it's about, not as high as your knee. Let's say about half that high. It appears to just be like a pail of some sort. It's full of broken glass. There's a lid on it that shuts, and he says, normally we just dump this stuff, but if you want it, I mean, it's yours. You have a spare ration card? I'll keep it off the books.
Yeah, we'll work with that.
Yeah, so take a ration card off your inventory, you slide it across the counter. He takes the small pail of broken glass and hands it to you. Plants. Not much. I mean, he rattles off the name of a few different types of plants that are used for basic pain relief or stress reduction. So nothing with particularly magical qualities to it, but tobacco, local plants, basically.
Tobacco, painkillers of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just some more simple stuff, maybe something indigestion, things of that nature.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, think of this less magical and more natural remedy.
Oh, yeah. Exactly. That's good. All right. How much of this would he have? Or does he just have a large amount for a fort?
I would say with just basically what you would consider a standard quartermaster's credit, like what you could just walk up to the quartermaster and ask for, in the same way you could ask for like a short sword or a longbow to use, as opposed to he would have a small pack that he could give you for no charge, that would allow you to carry these herbs around with you. Not in any great quantity, but you'd have them if you needed them.
I'll take that. Yes.
Yeah, he takes down your military ID number and he marks off that you took a basic herbal. It's not a big deal. It's the same thing other people have done. You've now got an herbal pack and a small bucket of broken glass.
Grand. That'll be all, I think.
Cool. Excellent. Anybody else have anything you want to cover? Now is the time before you
This
hit the
doesn't really matter, but if Callie has time, she's gonna go for a freaking swim in the sea.
Sure. Yeah, totally. No, there would be plenty of time, assuming that that's what you did when you left the meeting. You get the 3 hours everybody else gets. You make your way down the tower. You spot the water. I mean, there's no designated swimming area, but nobody's going to stop you from jumping in.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, it's cold as fuck.
That's fine. Cold water is good for Callie's nerves.
Perfect. Yeah, you spend some time swimming around. It's again, it's cold, but it's not. How long do you swim? I guess let's start with that.
Probably until it gets too uncomfortable to continue swimming.
Okay, let's have you make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
You're in the water a good hour before you decide that it's time to go. It's like, all right, this is cold as fuck. I gotta get up. So you spend an hour in the water, swimming around, having a good time. You then get out. The rest of that time is yours. If there's anything else you want to do.
Probably mostly just resting.
Cool.
Oh no, actually, after swimming, since she has extra time, she will work on her project,
Sure.
like planning out her project.
Yeah, let's say you spend an hour doing that. It'll take you an hour to swim, an hour to kind of dry off and get redressed and recuperated from. So you can mark an hour off the total time of your project.
Yeah.
The rest of you fall in as expected. You line up on the and take a look. You see painted on the side of this sailing ship the words "the basilisk," written in black, outlined in white. The two same colors that you have on your uniform. There's a beautiful front sail with the emblem of Boletaria hanging on it. It's not quite fully pulled up yet because they don't want to pull out a port just yet. But one thing you notice when you get down there and start jumping on the ship is the person calling the shot is no longer the person holding the manifest. Perry's kind of taken over and is directing traffic. The gangplank is down. People are walking on the boat. As you all kind of rank and file walk on the boat one at a time, Rallick, you do hear a voice from behind you. Familiar voice. Sengar! You turn around over your shoulder, and the Brigadier General is approaching you.
Stand at attention.
Yeah, you do, and so does everybody else. Everybody stops what they're doing. A box falls in the wall. Like, it's awkward. Everybody kind of quits their shit. And he walks up to you specifically, which is probably a little bit disorienting to the people you're traveling with.
Oh shit, is he in trouble?
Probably.
Did he do something?
He says, it's been a while since you've been on a boat?
Yeah, a few years. Not since I joined up.
Well, I expect a lot from you this trip. If you need anything, I'll be with the rest of the 4th. The Harpy will take me out to the command ship, and if you need anything, let me know. Otherwise, keep your head on straight. You're part of something important here. Don't want you to lose sight of that. He kind of puts a hand on like your collarbone / like lower neck area, gives it a pinch. It fucking hurts. He's got a big hand. But he smiles at you, and he looks around and realizes everybody else has stopped it as well, and says, as you were. He double checks with you to see if you have anything to say, and if not, he'll turn and walk.
Oh, yeah, no, just say yes, sir, and thank you, sir. Kind of thing.
Yeah, he smiles, and he heads towards the heart. Everybody between here and there stops everything they're doing and gives him a brisk.
Yeah,
After that...
Nothing happened.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, then I just act like nothing happened.
Yeah, totally. So you're getting a lot of side eyes, but people are now pretty much fully aboard the ship. You notice some rain coming in. Seems like a good time to sail. If you guys head south quickly enough, you might be able to beat the rain. So... let me cue up Musica.
Do we have duties while we're on the ship?
That is a great question. I have an answer for it. Give me just
I believe you have to duty no matter what. Their biological functions will demand it.
Because poop!
Not while we're on the ship. There's no room.
What about the poop deck?
You gotta poop in that bucket of broken glass and then throw it overboard.
Oh no!
So, the afternoon has begun. It's a lot later than most people would expect to set. But here you are, having traveled so far, which is not very far at all. Together, you board this ship. At once, the Harpy and the Basilisk drop their sails. The crew navigate as the ship leaves harbor. It heads a decent bit offshore. You're not going to sail right up next to the coast. But you rejoin the rest of the 4th. It's a beautiful day, minus the rain coming in from the west. But you're pretty sure if the winds treat you right, you guys are going to beat it. Right as the winds pick up, a beautiful gust of wind, you're all still standing on, kind of enjoying this day and this adventure that you're all on together. And the door to the officer's cabin swings open. It's an elven man. He's old enough that he has gray hair, which is pretty rare for an elf. Comes out onto the deck and yells, Not much is going to get done if you stand around looking at each other. Let's put this bird in the water. And everybody kind of runs about their tasks, and you all find yourselves standing around like, what did he just say? What are we trying to do? And a man comes over to you that another older man, darker complexion. He's kind of a little bit rough around the edges. He's like, come over here. Listen. Just don't look like you're not doing anything. I know you guys are important, but help people swab the deck or hide below deck. The captain's a little bit of a ball buster, so as long as you look busy, he'll think you're busy. If you need anything, my name's Samson, and welcome to the Basilisk.
Thanks, Samson. I give him a salute and I head straight down into the barracks and not come up until I'm asked.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. I guess I won't be seeing this guy for a couple days.
Yeah, several of you duck below deck, but
Yeah, Relic gets out to help. It's been a while since he's been on a ship, but once he gets used to it again, he remembers that he has a lot of skills with it.
yeah, one thing that you realize, Ralik, is you kind of close your eyes for a moment to breathe the salt air in, that breeze coming in, the smell that you're so familiar with. You open your eyes and you look down, and Perry's standing right next to you, and his eyes are still... He has not yet let go of that smell, that moment that you just had. He opens his eyes, and you guys look at each other for a moment and smile. You break off to help the crew in several meaningful ways. You, unless anybody has anything specific they wanted to do, it looks like a lot of people are running below deck.
I am going to be looking at the ocean. I've never seen the ocean before.
Oh yeah. So the storm's behind you, so it's beautiful. Like, wide open, as far as the eye can see, salt blue, dark, rolling, coming into shore. As you guys go out to join the fourth, it's a beautiful sight. It's a beautiful day. You having never seen the ocean before, tell me how that feels. Like, what would that be like?
I'm standing at the bow of the ship, and I'm looking like a maidenhead, just kind of peering over, and my eyes open. Like, usually my eyes just stay the same size, but they actually can like shift and widen for like to try to adjust for darkness. And so they just fill all the way up, and the lights in my eyes go out, and the sunset it reflects this golden water in my eyes, and I realize how much bigger the world is and how much more there is out there. And I'm still scared because I don't really know what's going to happen after this is over to me, and what my life is going to be like. Will I live forever? Will I see all of this ocean? I don't know. Will I just be dumped at the bottom of it? Who knows? Am I going to rust from all this salt water spray? Maybe. Uh-oh.
Yeah, there's a very specific moment where you kind of find yourself living in a world that you weren't really prepared. You were totally ready to spend however much longer you'd be alive in that library with that person performing your duty and your tasks. But over the course of the last 2.5 weeks, you've seen some shit. Like, the world's a lot bigger than you thought it was. You've had your books to keep you company, so you had a feeling, but the ocean is something entirely different. This is a totally new demon, something that you can read as many stories as you want, you can look at as many paintings, but until you're really out there, this has kind of caught you off guard.
Exactly.
You will notice Clipper kind of standing on the bow of the ship alone, kind of looking out over the sea, those of you who haven't run below deck.
I'm the king of the world!
Real quick, that was Ralik that was kind of sharing that moment with me, right?
That was you and Ralik are the two that were still on deck, kind of enjoying the moment.
Alright, I would like to approach Ralik after some time. You're no stranger to the sea.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
You're no stranger to the sea.
Oh no, I grew up on the sea. With fishing
Where are
on
you
boats
from?
this big. I'm from Great Harbor. We're gonna stop there in a couple weeks.
Oh, I bet you're very excited to see your family.
Yeah. I haven't been back since I joined the academy.
It's a shame how war tears us from the things we care about the most in order to protect them.
Yeah, my mom's there, but well, I think it's what we're doing is important.
It is.
Did you grow up on the sea?
I did. I'm from Imal.
Oh. I've never been there.
It's north, I think.
Well, before joining the army, I never really left Great Harbor.
Yeah, you would know Amal as like the northernmost port city. It's the biggest port city on the east.
Probably wouldn't know.
Oh, sorry, I meant Perry, who's from there.
What is your hometown like?
Well, I used to think it was a big town, but it's smaller than either of the places that we've been through. A few hundred people. It's mostly there for the fishing. The harbor's grown up though. I hear in the past few years.
You enjoy fishing?
Yeah, it's nice getting out in the water. We used to go out at night. Peaceful.
Very relaxing.
Yeah, I kind of miss it. That's what I would be doing, except, well, duty called.
There will be time for that in the future, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, sounds like the war's ending. What are you going to do afterwards?
I'm not quite sure. I guess we'll see where the road takes me when that time comes. And I'll kind of give you a pat as close to your shoulder as I can get, but I think you're quite a bit taller than me, so it's probably not quite that high, and I'll go back to my duties.
Yeah, as you guys are kind of having this moment together on the talking about what will you do when the war is over, what will you do when the war is over, and you have this nice brief moment looking out over the sea together. You hear you turn around and the captain of the Basilisk is standing there with his hands behind his back. He's been looking out the same direction you're, and he waits for you both to scuttle off and continues to stand there.
I'll apologize and go back to helping wherever I can.
Yeah, he pays you no mind, but you're more than welcome to apologize. So I see there's quite a bit of vomiting going down already below deck by the looks of things. I wasn't quite prepared for this, but
I think Vol was on the deck, and I think the combination of the salt water in the air and just not agreeing with it, and then the speed on the water. I mean, he's familiar with being on water, but anything below or beyond floating is a new pace for him. Yeah. So it just immediately the combination of the just gallons of alcohol he's drinking over the last week and the salt water and everything else, his stomach just starts churning immediately.
It's Monday.
Yeah, exactly. It's Monday morning at work and he's not feeling so hot.
Right, totally. Okay. Yeah.
But I think right now he's Allegor offered the pipe, so I think he's starting to come down a little bit.
Yeah, you two are smoking below deck. You're not the only ones. There are a few other people that were also assigned to your contingency that aren't regulars on the ship. Most of them have come down below deck too at this point. The ship continues to sail south with the flotilla, obviously not moving as fast as the ship itself could sail because you're moving together. Who's still on deck at this point besides Perry and Rallick and Vol?
Tia probably is.
Tia and Allegor both are?
Yeah.
Okay. Tia, you're standing near Clipper from what I can see.
Probably.
You are standing on the bow of the boat. You're kind of keeping an eye on him, just making sure that, he's okay. He did talk about upgrades earlier, so that's a little bit... you see something out of the corner of your eye that you hadn't seen up until this point. The light catches this piece of steel in the water as it cuts out in front of the flotilla. You're relatively close to the front. This thing's moving in a way you've never seen something move before. It's long. It's about as long as a standard ship, but it appears to be a solid piece of steel. It's two-tone in color, and it's cutting through the water like a knife. Give me a perception check. So about halfway down on the starboard side, which is like the right side of the boat, as it sails on your left, or it would be sailing if it wasn't for the lack of... You notice a familiar symbol. A symbol that you saw on a certain suit of armor a couple years ago coming through town.
And this is like a submerged ship, or just like a ship without sails?
Right now, it's a ship without sails, and you certainly didn't see it a few minutes ago. So.
Okay. Does it seem to be like all of one piece?
As best that you can tell, there aren't really any divides in it. It looks smooth and sleek. I mean, again, the way it's moving through the water is scary.
And it's just like off to the side, going the same direction we are.
Yeah, it's from, as best you can tell by the formation of the flotilla, it's part of the flotilla.
Okay. I'm gonna keep an eye on it and probably not tell anyone that I saw it.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Eligor, make a perception check. Rob, you still there?
Yes, I.
Okay. Yeah, just basic perception check for me.
Perception?
Mm-hmm.
What?
You know, the wind's whipping around, you're keeping an eye on Clipper, you don't notice what Tia's... Tia, your secret is safe for now. Does anybody have anything they would like to do or say before we kind of move into our montage travel?
So I just want to mention that Callie is below deck. She's this pale blue, and she's just kind of hiding in, like, I don't know. Does she have like her own cabin, or like is she just in? She's wherever the fuck she would be if she was sleeping.
Sure. There's like an officer's quarter at the lowest part of the deck. There is a general sailor's quarters above that, and then the deck is above that. So you could be all the way down as low as you can get with like minimal movement and absolute darkness.
She's basically like trying to convince herself that she's not on a big floating slab of wood that is completely isolated from the rest of the world, and that she's trapped. She's trying to make herself believe that maybe she's just in a house that just happens to be floating in the water and is still isolated from the world, and she's trapped here. Callie doesn't like being on a boat. She's not having a good time.
Totally. Yeah, it's probably a lot more intimidating while you're on the deck of the ship and you can actually see the things rolling by. Did anybody else have anything?
Sorry, I had it.
Also, are there windows in the officer's quarters?
No, there are no open holes below deck.
Is there anywhere below deck?
No windows below deck whatsoever.
Alright, then as soon as I see this, I'm gonna go up on deck, find a barrel, sit on a barrel, look out, and just keep writing the entire time.
Yeah, some time passes while you're sitting on a barrel. We'll say you're back towards like the stern. You're up by where the guy driving is. And a few minutes pass, and you hear a... You turn around and see the captain of the Basilisk kind of looking at you, like, what are you doing on my deck if you're not working? But, it's up to you what you'd like to say.
Well, sir, I am working. I'm cataloging our adventure. And I'm also making sure that the crewmen are doing their job.
I have the crewmen under control. You are on my deck, and you're not working. That doesn't really work with me.
I lean in really close. I go up to him, and I say in Elvish, you probably have heard of my brother. He's the captain of the Banshee. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Just let me just stay on.
Oh my god.
He takes a moment, and when you get to the Banshee, he does smile. And he says, "Your brother owes me quite a bit of money. And unless you plan on paying it off by working on this ship, I'd suggest you move yourself along."
How much does my brother owe you?
He takes a moment and he starts counting, and it takes a while. And eventually he gets to a number that he presents to you. That's a lot.
If I give you 5 gold, can I at least stay up here and not have to work?
He puts his hand out.
I give him 5 gold.
He says, "No! But your brother owes me 5 less gold now."
Fine. Next time you see that jackass, you let him know that he owes me 5 gold.
I said, "Will do." And he puts his hand on your shoulder and says, "You can sit here as long as you like. Just come up tomorrow ready to work." And he pats you twice on the shoulder, he pockets your 5 gold, and he walks off. Tia, I think you had something, right? I heard somebody speak up at one point.
Yeah, I had a couple extra questions occur to me.
Yeah, take your time. Let's go. Take your time. Let's do this.
So the boat on the side of our boat, is there anyone like visible on it, or does it have any or windowy type things?
There doesn't even appear to be a deck.
Okay. That is mainly what I wanted to know.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. It's clear in the flotilla there are people around if you wanted to find out more about it. I don't want to discourage you from asking.
Oh no, I gotta think about it a little more.
Sure, no problem at all. Anybody else?
Well, Riley spends most of his time up on deck working, and as much of the evening as they'll let him stay up there.
Yeah, the captain swings back around to you at one point, and kind of stops you from doing what you're doing. Everybody around you stops. They do it's weird, they don't stop and do a salute. The members of the crew give a quick nod, but they keep about their work. And the people that aren't on the crew that are here traveling, they'll stop what they're doing and they salute. Whichever path you would take is up to you.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. The people who are... What now?
So it's pretty clear that, like, while this man demands respect, he cares way more about the fact that you're doing your... So the folks that are here just bearing passage think they need to stop and salute this guy every time he walks by. The folks who are working on the boat are like, "Sir, doing my job, sir." Like, "Sorry, hands are full." And from what you can gather, he tends to respect that a little bit more.
Yeah, it probably took me half the day to stop saluting him.
Sure.
But yeah, eventually I would fall in line with that. Would they let me sleep on the deck? I'm sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there are people who kind of just fall asleep on the deck. There are a few hammocks hanging up between certain places. The idea is that the night watch can't all stay up at the same time, so that wouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, so I'm going to spend my evenings in the moonlight practicing my newfound magical abilities and my divine sense and paladining abilities and things like that. That's what I'm up to.
Yeah, when the captain stops next to you and you finally learn to stop saluting, he takes a moment to kind of eye you up and says, "So, Holberg's boy, are you?"
Yeah, I knew him from the academy.
Holberg's a good man.
Sir. Yeah, he is.
You know what you're getting into by chance? Anybody actually talk to you about where we're going?
I mean, you know, just generally what the orders are. Why? What do you know, sir?
Black Salt's a dangerous place. Can't take a ship through there. Turtles are the only one who can. Strange. It's like they managed to miss all the things the rest of ours hit. How far south have you ever been? Not knowing you're from Grey Harbor.
Not really any further south than Grey Harbor.
He kind of stops for a moment. Grey Harbor? What's a lad like yourself doing through Grey Harbor?
Well, that's where I'm from. Spent my whole life there.
He kind of stops for a second and then eyes you up with a completely different set of eyes. Holberg's boy. Grey Harbor. Oh boy. So you were there?
Oh, during the attack? Yeah, yes, sir.
Heard that was particularly nasty, that one.
I was pretty young.
He kind of smiles at you for a moment and says, "Well, son, you're welcome on this ship as long as you'd like to stay, but if we're going to Grey Harbor, I would imagine you've got some business to attend to, so I'll leave you to it."
Yes, sir. Thank you. Glad to be here.
He wanders off. And you can find a night's sleep on the deck. Anybody else have anything else they would like to accomplish?
Is anybody gonna kick me off the? I assume that I'm just sitting on the deck at this point.
Christ. No, if you're peeking over the deck regularly, nobody's gonna remove you from that dude.
Yeah, I assume I'm sitting near the edge now after smoking whatever I've smoked. I'm now just in like a mellow state where I'm sitting and just afraid to stand back up for fear of getting sick again.
Yeah. The crew largely works around you. You get the feeling they were ordered to not disturb you no matter what you're doing. Clipper, do you stand on the bow of the boat all night?
I think, yes, I think I do, actually. I think I'm able to, like, brace myself pretty stably, but I don't know, hopefully.
Yeah, at one point, two sailors walk up and they're smoking cigarettes, and one kind of nods to you, and the other one says, "I don't know, new fucking ornament. Nobody tells me shit."
Yeah, I'm, like, deactivated at that point.
Right. Just sort of blankly staring south. I don't know. Yeah, so we'll break into what we're going to do as montage travel, because this is going to be a long one, so I'm not going to make you guys roll as we travel south along the sea. But we're going to move our Lambert token, so y'all are officially out to sea. It's going to take you about a week to get to Brenneman. So...
Sorry, I think I have a teensy bit of minor role for Callie.
Sure. Yeah, so that's basically exactly what I was going to get into, is that the game that we're going to play while and thank you for volunteering, the game that we're going to play is the custom rule about the story time. And if this doesn't fit that, then we'll find another place for it. Let me pull up the rule here real quick. This is under the role-playing gimmicks thing.
Can you
No.
send me a link?
I'll post it in chat. What I need to do... 3 and 8. Let's see who those are assigned to. Okay, so what we do with this role-playing gimmick is I roll 2d8, and the values that I get are 2 people who are expected to give us some kind of a story via roleplay while we travel from one place to another. Now, that would technically be Eligor and Rap. If you guys don't want to dive into that, you can opt to pass to anybody that wants to take it, or we can dive right into the game. But I want to give Eligor and Rallick an opportunity to do so if they want to do so. There's more to it than this. I'll get into the structure of it, but I need to know if it's something you guys want to do or not.
So what are we doing?
So basically, during the travel period that we're having, right, I roll 2d8 to pick 2 of you out of our list. It's under role-playing gimmicks in the Roll20 forum for this particular game. But the idea is I'm going to go grab a deck of cards, and I'm going to draw a card for each of you. The 2 that have been chosen, the story that you need to tell is based on the suit of the card. So a story of love would be a heart. A story of pain would be a club. A story of loss would be a spade. A story of gain would be a diamond. You can improv it on the spot. It can be something you want to reveal about your past. But it's sort of just a way to kind of drag you guys into the deep water of role-playing, like, at the drop of a hat.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. Eligor, is that something you want to participate into?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Alright, perfect. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to go grab a deck of cards.
Oh, there is a deck on Roll20 that you can access, although, maybe it's more interesting if you do it in secret.
That way we have to improvise on the spot. Instant.
Yeah, I'm more thinking if I send you guys a tell with the suit that you have, then you can get through your story without knowing whether or not, the rest of the team knowing that you're telling a story of gain, for example. If it's something fun at the end. Alright, so I'm drawing 2 cards at random. Eligor and Rallick. Of course they're not. Cool. Alright. Rallick, we'll start with you. I'm going to ping you on Discord real quick with what your story involves. Where you is, boy? Alright, so you should have yours, and the setup here is going to be that during the 7-day travel between here and Brennemond, you all have taken some time, there are different watches that are taking place, you're all working different shifts, but eventually you all find yourselves around at the same time, relaxing on the deck of the ship. Everything is clear and normal. The skies aren't stormy, the destination is straight ahead. The captain and the crew assure you, like, hey, this is as good as it gets. So you're all kind of sitting around enjoying a late night meal together. And Rallick, a memory comes to you that you might choose to share based on the criteria I just sent.
Yeah. So, Rallick's been, spending time reflecting and practicing with his skills, and he's tells people out the story about how in the when he was in the army and he was chosen, or he was found to have the ability to channel divine power. How the major, what is his name, brigadier general, was was a part of developing that power, and how it had. Was where he finally, found a way that he felt he could contribute, his abilities to the military and or to the effort and what's not.
Sure. Yeah, it takes a few people a moment to kind of let it sink in that this guy, and he is somebody that you have a personal relationship with. But the rest of the party is free to ask any questions to you that they want about that story, I guess.
What god do you worship?
What did I name her? Nienna? Is that it?
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Nienna, the Star Mother. Is that the Star Mother? The Night Mother. She was always she's a patron of the town that I was in. There's a big temple to her there, and I think it was her that led me to join the army and to help to protect people with it. I think that she wanted me to find a way to learn to channel this magical power.
Okay. I'm not one for gods. I know someone close to me is, but to each their own.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I've always wondered, like, if you're working for the church, if that's what it's called. Like, what is that
That is
career?
your real name.
what does that like career path look like? Like, what do you plan on advancing, like, to the station of that guy you were talking to earlier? Because I'm really good with names. Or is there like something else you see in the future more closely aligned to your godly devotion?
Well, the career-wise, it's military. I'm part of the military order, not part of a church order.
Okay. I didn't know if there was a distinction.
We were encouraged to the academy. They encouraged us to find the relationships that we had with our own deities, and there's an order within the army that's devoted to Nienna, but it's not the formal church. It's separate from them. The church and the state are separate. He insists.
I see.
Yeah, that would be something to you, Tia, that is true to everybody around you, but maybe not necessarily.
Yeah.
It's Ralik's belief because that's what he was told. Even though
she's not gonna disillusion him.
Even though the state did teach him the religious stuff.
One of the sailors leans over to Rorik and says, "Somebody you love, huh? Worships a god."
Yeah. And I ain't telling you about it.
He laughs and kind of leans in.
in my lifetime, I will be fighting right there on the front lines again.
One of the sailors hears you say that and says, like, here. We used to make shoes. He takes a big drink of his drink.
I mean, that may be, but I mean, if we do our middle, we can at least help some people to live without war.
Yeah,
Possibly.
the humans.
There are other races that don't live as long as the elves.
Well,
Many, in fact.
the other short-lived races.
Yeah, well, elves always think they're more important.
I'm not saying that I'm more important. I'm just saying that if I do live as long as the oldest elf, we're just gonna end up fighting again and again.
I just want to live long enough until my nation gets to breathe a fresh breath air before the fighting starts again.
As do we all. If I finish my food on that conversation, I'm gonna walk away.
Sure. Yeah, Rorik finishes his meal, kind of tosses what's left overboard, and heads below deck.
Whoa. Who said that Rorik would waste food?
No, I more meant like bones or...
Okay. If my food is not picked clean, I'm ashamed of myself.
Sure. No, there are a bunch of very clean bones that you toss into the water. But the rest of you are free to continue.
As Rorik walks away, I'll crack a joke and try to lighten the mood and just start kind of being merry and chipper.
I think with
I'll help to bring a lighter mood because I don't like all the pessimism they brought to it.
I think like with the first joke told, I think Vol's gonna get up and kind of like stumble away, still trying to like catch his footing on the ship.
Don't get lost, man.
I don't think I can go too far unless I go overboard.
Yeah, I don't want to swim after you.
I'm just going to kind of take it on myself to go around to anyone who seems like they're still like deep in thought or thinking about things that are depressing and try to bring them into the merriment.
Callie's still got like her head in her hand. Kind of just quiet and I don't know. Very sad looking, pretty much.
Yeah, Perry, if I can take some liberties, I would assume that maybe what you're doing to lighten the mood is you start up in a little bit of a sea shanty, one that you might know from your time on the water, and sort of around you, quietly from the darkness in places that you can't even see, you hear voices respond from the members of the crew who are still on watch, who are still, raising and lowering sails, who are helping to navigate. A song very familiar to them that might not be as familiar to the folks who don't spend a lot of time on the water. Alec, you would definitely know it, but you all kind of take a moment to sing with each other, and Perry, you're kind of leading the charge through the several verses, and nobody's yelling because nobody wants to wake up the folks below deck, but it's a welcome change to the quiet of the night that you find out here on the open sea.
Once the tune starts taking off, I'll go over to Callie and ask her to dance, and then start singing the song, kind of grab your hands and try to pull you up with me.
Callie seems very hesitant, but she isn't resistant to the to dancing.
Be happy, damn it!
Having very much fun.
Yeah, let's have you make a charisma saving throw, Callie. Let's see if you can stop yourself from having.
charisma save?
Yeah, charisma saving throw.
That's a 13.
So let's take a look at Perry's DC.
That's
because I think it's-
Constitution.
Oh yeah, that's also
that is
Constitution.
Constitution.
You know what? You rolled the wrong one, so opportunity's over. Perry's DC is 14. You fail. So, despite yourself, in the dark, surrounded by a bunch of sailors singing, you aren't as sad as you were a minute ago. This fella who's kind of picked you up and trying to lift your spirits has sort of succeeded. I mean, you can still be sad. You can still be willing to talk about the things that went bad, but his little attempt here, it's charming if nothing else.
Maybe being trapped on this big log isn't as terrible as it seems.
You're looking at it all wrong. You're not trapped. This is freedom.
I'm not so sure freedom is really possible when you're stuck in one place for weeks on end.
But you're not in one place. There's a whole ocean around you, and we're free to go. I mean, not really free to go wherever, but you get the idea. We're always in somewhere different.
Is this my freedom, or the freedom of whoever's making the decisions?
Well, if our mission goes well, then soon we'll all be free to do our own thing, hopefully. Bring about the end of the war.
Kelly, for a moment, appears to be smiling.
Yeah, you hear the song end as your dance kind of slows down, and Rallick yells up with another one, and most of the voices kind of catch on. And some of them it takes a second, as you'd expect, but you're all free to continue to do that for as long as it makes you happy. The night is long. You're all kind of on the night watch together. You have a feeling Lambert might be behind this. If you're all up here watching, none of you are bothering him. So...
who's on bothering Lambert duty today?
Cool. Yeah, so the night wears on. I know that game probably didn't work as well as I wanted it to with the first stories, but you guys killed it. We'll just keep moving. You all continue to float down the coast. As the week wears on, the charm might start to fade a little bit. But most of the people that have made this route before know that you're approaching Brenneman. So, pretty soon you'll be able to offload onto shore. You'll have a day or so to kind of get your land legs back under you and then, hop back on the boat and move. So a lot of you are kind of looking forward to that. Not all of you. Some of you have spent longer at sea than that. So as you approach Brenneman one early morning, the captain of the ship comes up and gives you the whole, "We're not here for a good time. We're here to resupply. Anybody not here tomorrow morning is left behind. No questions asked. I don't have to tell my crew this, but not all of you are my crew. So here I am making a stupid speech to hopefully not so stupid people. I don't care how important the mission is, this boat leaves at dawn. Be ready." As per particular... what am I trying to say? Not like SOP, but so what you guys notice is with the flotilla, it's always the Basilisk and the Heartbeat that break from the main contingent when it comes to refueling. It doesn't make sense to dock an entire flotilla. So, some people on the different crews get swapped in and out. People who haven't been on shore in a while jump onto your boat, and then you all come ashore. again, I feel like the most overused word is beautiful, but it's a beautiful morning. You approach the dock at Brenneman. There are boats in the harbor that appear to be coming and leaving as you approach. Can I get 2 people who are particularly adept at perception checks to let me know, and then roll your perception check?
Do I have to be particularly adept?
I'm sort of adept.
I'm
trained.
I would say if anybody's proficient, we'll give them first crack.
I'm proficient.
Okay. Callie, and that sounds like Tia, too.
No, I'm not proficient. I'm just decent at it.
Okay. Rallic, was that you?
I am proficient in it.
Okay. The 2 of you are proficient. It sounds like Clipper is too, so we'll make it the rule of 3. All 3 of you roll a perception.
Yay.
Oops.
What does proficient? I mean, what number is proficient?
Yeah, so if you take a look at your character sheet, and I'll pull up yours just
Sorry.
as an example.
You have a check mark.
No, don't be sorry. So the skills you're proficient in are medicine, nature, perception, and religion.
Okay,
So
cool.
go ahead. We'll let you go ahead and you make a perception check too, since that wasn't clearly defined. So I don't want to.
Yeah, it was my bad. I had no idea what it meant.
Roll the goddamn check.
Oh, there you go in your face.
So Vol notices this way before any of you do. The ships in the harbor aren't moving. They look like they should be coming and going, but they're just kind of sitting there. The Harpy and the Basilisk continue to kind of reduce speed as you come into the harbor. Vol, do you tell anybody?
No, I think I see it, but I have no fucking idea what this means, or if this is normal, or like that anything is wrong with this situation. Sure. I don't tell anybody.
Yeah, as you guys get closer.
Before we
Yeah, please go ahead.
before we actually get in, can I make a roll for a specific thing? I just want to know if it seems like anyone is coming off of the mysterious boat.
Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure.
Okay.
Yeah, and any check that you would like to make, whether it's perception or investigation.
Okay. I don't know which one that would be.
Either or. Whichever makes you happy.
What? Oh no, that's terrible.
You don't notice.
You were supposed to do one that made you happy.
What that should
Like it made you happy.
Are you fucking happy? So the ships get closer and closer and closer, and eventually Clipper and Callie figure out this is fucking weird, but you kind of figure it out a little bit too late. You're coming into the harbor and these ships are not moving. Nobody sounded any sort of alarm. Nobody's made any sort of diverting nature. What did the 2 of you do?
Is there anyone on the decks?
Yeah, there's a lot of people on decks, but they're getting ready to board. They're not looking at... you've got one guy up in the crow's nest that might be asleep.
I mean on the other decks. On the decks of the other ships.
With the 12, not that you can see.
If only I could get a closer look.
You're about to.
Fortunately, this thing isn't a two-way track.
So if nobody speaks up, the boat gets dangerously close to the 2 boats floating in. The crew eventually begins to panic. The gentleman in the crow's nest wakes up in a hurry, and the Harpy collides with one of the boats in the harbor. Whether it was just lack of proper notification or what, the boat that you guys are sailing with that has a lot of important people on it has now hit a mid-sea collision. So it's a dangerous situation. A lot of people are yelling. You see people kind of angrily moving about on the other ship trying to figure out what the fuck just happened. What would y'all like to do?
I'm sorry, this is our ship that collided, or the other ship?
The other ship.
So this would be the other ship that collided. The Harpy leads the Basilisk.
Oh, okay.
And is there activity on the ship that it hit, or is it still just kind of sitting there with
Nothing? No activity whatsoever. Lots of activity
far
from
away?
the Harpy. You guys are only about 150 feet from where the collision happened. You got sort of advance notice because the other ship hit first. But if they hadn't have hit, you guys probably would have run aground based on the checks that you guys made.
Are we all aware at this point, or just the?
Everybody's aware. There was a loud
crash.
bang, horrible sound as the Harpy collided with whatever this fishing vessel might be.
This isn't the Harpy that we're on.
You were on the Basilisk. The Harpy is the other ship that comes in with.
We must ask quickly. We can't just stare.
I'm gonna get as close as to if I'm. I don't know if I'm like. I'm gonna get as close on the deck to the other ships as possible to get a closer look.
Sure, you run to the front of the deck. It looks like one ship hit another. Both ships appear to be taking on.
Is our ship slowing, or are we still kind of on course to also collide?
No, y'all have, based on the collision of the other ship, figured out that you should.
So did you say it ran aground?
No, it was basically a mid-harbor collision between the two boats.
Alright, well, do we have any dinghies?
Yeah, I would say that there's 2 dinghies attached to the ship.
I go over to the captain, I yell at the captain's like, I'm taking the dinghy.
Did you tell him what happened?
Yes. And he comes with me.
So the captain immediately is on wondering what the fuck just happened. You say you're taking the dinghy, and you point at one, and he's like, "No, you're not. You're taking that one," and he points at the other one because he still doesn't need to be in charge. So
I run over to the other dinghy.
The 2 of you load into the dinghy. I need to know if anybody else is getting in said dinghy.
What is a dinghy?
We should get the second dinghy.
Small boat.
Yeah, it's like a rowboat attached to a big boat.
Gotcha.
I will happen. And I will have...
Let's get the second one out.
Callie's going somewhere and getting in one of those dinghies that apparently people are getting into.
Okay, is anybody not going?
I feel like if we're all loading into the boats, there's not going to be a room to get other people in the boats.
Yeah, I'm not going. I think I'm too big.
Okay. So that's Perry and Vol. Are the other 6 of you going?
Tia's going, and she'll have a robot at the ready as a bonus action in case somebody's hurt.
Totally. Yeah, so a couple other sailors from the ship, basically crew members, hit the water with you guys. We'll split you up into teams of 3. We've got Rorik and Eligor and Tia on one ship. We've got Callie, Clipper, and Rallick on the other. You'll hit the water. Immediately begin to row over to the other. You head over to kind of assess the damage. The Harpy seems to have their shit under control. It takes them a minute to kind of respond to you. They're yelling back and forth like, "Why didn't they leave the harbor?" And then somebody yells, "Well, why didn't you fucking see it?" And, there's a lot of... It's basically chaos at this point. But they yell to you. They're like, "Check the other ship. Nobody saw us coming, and I don't hear anybody. They might be hurt."
Yes.
So that's both dinghies that have basically arrived at the same time. The 6 of you that are in the boats are free to do what you would like.
Does it appear that there are wounded people?
You haven't seen anything from the other ship at all.
I'm gonna take our dinghy and row ourselves over to the other ship, and if there's a ladder, I'm gonna climb up and see what.
Sure. Yeah, you come over to the other ship, and the ladder that you would expect to see down isn't down. Being this close to harbor, you would assume that the ladder would still be down, but it doesn't look that way. You can try to. I don't. Do you have anything in your pack that would allow you to kind of like? I don't know.
I have some rope.
How high up is the ladder?
I would say it's tied over the side of the boat, so you can't see it from here.
Okay, but like, how high would it be if I could see it? Or I guess would I know? Okay, because Callie's once we're like pretty close to the ship, Callie's gonna stand the fuck up, and then I'm pretty sure she can do this. She disappears and then reappears on the deck of the Harpy.
Cool. Yeah. So those of you on Callie's ship, which I think are Clipper and Rook, you see her stand up, and with a flash, she's gone.
God!
See her. Callie, you've appeared on the deck of this boat. It appears to be derelict. There's nobody that you can see. There's no fuss being made. You can hear it taking on water below deck. It appears to be like a trade vessel. There are a lot of cargo containers on the deck, but nobody's really reacting in any way. Like you don't hear anything except the other ships.
Do I see anybody?
Make a perception check.
While she's doing that, Irish, I didn't get the second half of my part in. I didn't go in the dinghy, but I did jump in to swim. I can't breathe in salt water, but I can still swim over in it. I just can't really.
Totally. So you're coming up for air. You're doing like the bib and the bob. Cal, you don't see shit. There's nobody on this boat.
Cal is gonna shout out, "I don't see anyone."
Grab the rope as I tie a little knot and just throw it onto the deck.
You see a knot appear up on the end of a rope.
I'm not buoyant.
Kelly's gonna like tie that to the side of the ship so that people can climb up.
Sure, you could. You do see the ladder, Callie, so you could drop the ladder down.
Yes, Callie's gonna do that instead.
Well, I mean, what you can do is you can kind of grab the rope that they threw, and then pull the boat over to the ladder, because it is just a dinghy. It's not hard to move once it's in the water. So you can kind of like pull the rope over to the ladder. People from both dinghies are easily able to get on the boat.
I'm gonna, before I climb up, I'm gonna anchor our dinghy with the rope, the other end of the rope, so it doesn't go off.
Sure. Yeah, totally.
Well, we'll climb right up. From the top, can we see the deck of the other ship? And does that appear that like there's what is going on the other ship once we get up there? I guess that's what I wonder.
Sure. So once we'll just assume that the six of you are up on the. Though you're still in the water, it'll take you a while to get there. Perry, you're still back on the original boat. When you say other boat, do you mean the boat that hit this boat, or do you mean the other derelict?
Sorry, the other boat involved in the accident. Our other boat.
Sure. Yeah, so the Harpy appears to be... It definitely took some damage, but the people over there seem to kind of have it under control. Right? It's a well-disciplined crew, and now that everybody's awake, they're sort of handling it. They're yelling to you guys, like, who's hurt? We have the dinghies. Do you need them both?
Oh, not sure yet. I'm gonna look.
What the hell you mean you're not sure?
Can I do a perception check and see if... Because I want to do a quick
Let's
scan.
say the other 5 people on the boat can all make perception checks. So that would be Clipper, Tia, Rallick, Rorik, and somebody else is there.
Now that we're there, we can look around.
Allegories.
Not you, Clipper.
You are all 100% sure that there is nobody on this. You run up and down to the different decks. You check all of the individual rooms. You're kicking doors open. Not only is there nobody on these boats, but there's not even a sign of a struggle. The people that used to be on this boat are gone.
the stuff is still there then.
I
Yeah,
was
personal
gonna
possessions
shout
and
out.
Out of
Like,
curiosity,
check
do I find anything interesting or of value?
I
Or
would say
like captain's logs?
I'm gonna,
So, yeah, go ahead, Rob.
no, I was going to reach out with my divine sense and see if I can sense anything evil.
Let me make sure you don't see anything evil. What does it cover? Fiends, undead, and what?
Celestials.
You sense nothing of the sort.
Okay.
And Rurik, yeah, for what it's worth, I mean, there's a fully stocked captain's, portion. However, what you do realize when you go down to the lower deck is this boat is sinking.
I am basically going to take every single document that I think is important, shove it all in my bag, run up, and it's like, we're leaving, it's sinking, goodbye, and I'm head down.
Okay, so you'll see Rurik come running back up. He yells those things. He's got documents sticking out of every open hole in his... And he climbs back down the ladder into the dinghy. Vol, it's about this time that you probably come up on the dinghy, and Rurik is climbing back down. So,
Yeah, I mean, if he's climbing back down, I assume I wasn't going to climb up anyways, for fear that the ladder would just shatter under my weight. So I'm probably just waiting in the water right next to the dinghies. Just kind of waiting to see what happens.
okay, so those of you on the boat know that this boat is sinking, and I'm going to kind of let you determine what you want to do next.
Did I
Yes.
All right. It seems like it's time to get off of this thing.
Yeah, I don't see anything else we can do here.
Unfortunately, I don't think I don't know how to get the ship somewhere that it won't be in the way of the harbor. Speaking of the harbor, what's is there activity on the shore? It's probably too far away to know.
Yeah, I would say you're a little bit too far out to really be able to tell accurate. I mean, I'm happy to let you make a perception check at disadvantage if you'd like.
Is the boat anchored here?
It does not appear to be. It's drifting farther out to sea as it sinks.
And these two boats, are they effectively blocking the harbor?
I would say at this range, it would be very hard to come in or come out with them. Now, if they sink, who knows how far the bottom is?
Uh-huh. Well, we'll just have to get on the other one and move it. That's what Alex says. But he's going to wait and be the last one off the boat.
So all of you kind of file off the boat one at a time. Eligor, you don't really spot anything necessarily useful. It looks like Rurik kind of grabbed all of the documentation before he bailed. You all kind of get back down into the dinghies and make sure to get into safe waters as the boat continues to sink. It'll probably take a good 30 minutes before it goes down, but you're more than welcome to go check the other one.
Yeah, I think we should check the other one out while we're out here.
Sure. Yeah, so you guys row over there, no ladder down, assuming you follow the same plan. I don't know, Callie, how often can you do that thing?
I can't.
Okay. So it's going to be a little bit harder to get back up on this.
Unfortunately, guys, I can't pull the same trick twice.
I think I can get up there. I'm going to try and climb.
Okay. I think that would be that would be an athletics check.
Can I try to encourage him?
Mm-hmm.
All right, you get your
Oh,
basic
wait,
bardic
doesn't-
inspiration.
I look over. Do we have our magical handed gnome with? Not gnome, halfling.
No.
Nope. Perry's back on the big boat. But Perry, what I would say is you have seen some dinghies take off from the other boat that did collide. You could probably convince one of them to come pick you up if you want to go join the team.
Sure.
Yeah. So as the Harpy drops its dinghies, they're very lightly loaded. Not a lot of people aren't focusing on the sinking ship. So you kind of, I don't know. Do you have a way of being able to communicate with people at short distances?
Yeah, I do.
Perfect. So I'm assuming you cast message.
Yep.
Cool. One of the guys, it takes him a minute to kind of like get his feet underneath him, like, what the fuck? But then eventually they send the boat over to you, and you're now rowing towards the second derelict ship.
Okay.
Relic, yeah, with the 16, I mean... Sorry? No, I was just going to say, let's have you roll the 1d6 for the Bardic Inspiration.
Okay.
Yeah, you're fine. You make it up and over with no issues. The rope got a little bit slick for a second, but you kind of pull on the rope that was leaning over the side, might be holding a fishing net or something like that. Pull yourself up and over. I guess I made you use your Bardic Inspiration there, so go ahead and keep it, just in case you want to use it on... you get up on the boat...
It was my intention to use it.
Okay. You get up on the boat and it's the same story. There's not a sound. You are free to explore. This boat doesn't appear to be sinking.
Yeah, I'm going to toss the ladder down. Say, maybe we can search this one a little better.
Yes.
I am specifically looking to see if the boat is seaworthy, if we could just get it arranged to move it. If we have more hands.
When he tosses down the ladder, I ask him to tie the rope. So we have.
Oh yeah, of course.
Sure. Yeah, the boat's tied off. Tia, what were you gonna say?
I would say I want to look around and see if people's personal effects are left behind. Like it seems like if people left in a hurry or if they purposely abandoned. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, as best you can tell, with let's have you do a perception. I feel so bad just asking for that one over and over and over. With a perception check, you can't really tell. It looks you know the boat is empty. You know there aren't people on the boat. So whatever they were doing whenever they left is anybody's curiosity. This is a derelict boat at sea, much like the one that the Harpy managed to run into.
I want to try to look for either binoculars or a telescope. And if I find one, I want to look towards the shore, and I want to look at the harbor. I want to see if anyone's in there, in the harbor, if there's something going on in town.
So where are you checking?
Captain's quarters or crow's nest. I'd probably start in the captain's quarters.
Okay, so we'll have you start in the captain's quarters. Let's have you make an investigation check. Binoculars aren't a thing, but you do not spot a looking glass, which is a thing. The captain's quarters appears to be filled with regular effects that you would expect to see. There's a scheduled docking at Brenneman that was supposed to take place. There's not an entry after that.
What date was that? And relative to us?
Sure, we'll say it was 3 days. Was the scheduled docking.
Alright. I run this up and tell everyone that this boat was scheduled to come in 3 days ago. So, whatever happened, if there are people on here, they're long gone.
Does anybody drop the anchor? Yes, is a good question. Because you guys are kind of just floating around right now.
Well, we want to move the boat if we can, right?
I'm more saying that he's trying to see if it can be moved than keeping it here.
There doesn't appear to be anything structurally wrong with the boat. You could easily move it if you'd like to.
Not actually going to move it. We're going to get set to start preparations for that.
Sure.
I gotta. Yeah, this is important to me. So does Callie know? Like, I don't even know if this is a thing in this world, but like, naval flag communication stuff.
I'm going to say no, considering you were super uncomfortable about being on a boat. I would assume that's not a thing that you know.
Yeah, that makes sense. It is a naval thing, not a non-naval thing.
No, we're Army.
Would Callie be aware of that? Like, or of like its existence? Because I don't know, maybe Rallick knows how to do that.
No, I just know fishermen's signs, which are really mostly rude gestures.
Have I made it over to the rest of the group by this point?
We will say that you have now made it to the group, absolutely.
Yeah, like a Morse code, swear words and gestures.
Sure, yeah, you're on your way up the ladder and you hear people arguing about, like, well, how do we check if...
Is flag something I would know?
I'm not even sure if it's a thing, but let's just assume yes, and you would know it.
Okay, do we have flags?
You don't see any. There are the masts of the ship. They appear to be marked with some sort of a neutral trading company. They're not of a particular country necessarily.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I came into this conversation late. Who are we trying to communicate with?
Us. Callie wants to just get to shore. So Callie's plan is to swim to shore and find out if there's anybody there, which also might lead to her getting like eaten by sharks or whatever, or monsters. But she wants to communicate to everybody whether she finds anything interesting here, or like if there's people there or not. If there's most likely
why don't we take one of the dinghies to shore?
Y'all could probably also take the boat.
Doesn't the boat move slow compared to a dinghy?
Certainly would, yeah.
Callie, why don't you and I go, and I have means to communicate from a distance of 120 feet, which we might be more than by the time we get to shore?
I would say yes.
Yes, more than 120 feet?
Mm-hmm. It's about this time because, Perry, your dinghy has showed up, that a crew from the Harpy was with you that is more than capable of kind of handling the wrangling of this trade ship. If all of you would like to board the boat and go ashore together, you can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. So y'all get back down into the dinghies. This other crew kind of takes over. There's still a lot of chaos. The Harpy's in rough shape. You continue to row towards shore. As you get closer and closer and closer, let's have everybody make a perception check. Let's just do the whole goddamn group. Anybody that's looking towards shore.
Callie's gonna be blind like she always is. Oh shit!
I just don't roll good perception checks.
Yeah. So as best as you guys can tell from this rolling dinghy, there's nobody on the dock. And that suspicion is confirmed when you get close enough to tie yourselves up. There are hard ladders attached to the docks. They're wooden. You're easily able to pull yourselves up onto the dock. It's not very big. It could probably only fit like maybe 6 ships. The 2 that you've seen are the only 2 ships that appear to be in any way, shape, or form around right now. But hopefully this works. Let me just do a quick check real quick.
When I get to shore, I will scan with my divine sense again.
Sure. Yeah, you perform another divine sense, and you don't sense anything, divine or otherwise. This town that you found yourselves on is empty. It's blank. There's nobody in the streets. There's nobody manning any sort of storefronts. It's quiet.
Does there seem to be any sign of struggle throughout the town?
I would say you guys would have to move into the town to really kind of get a sense of that. Assuming that you do move into town. Can you all see the map?
Yeah,
I can.
Let's start you right here. Everybody drag your tokens out. We'll put you right there. Put yourselves where you think you'd be in the formation.
I wouldn't
I
let
don't
Vol be in
suppose
front.
I can be near the front.
That's where I drug myself. I moved myself out.
Oh, it's all good. So we've got 6. We need 2 more. Perry, are you able to pull your token out? Does that work? Okay, there you are.
yeah, I
And
just went to like the far corner.
Okay, wonderful. So we'll try to start this. I know, however, we're running late. It is 12:03. If anybody has to go, let me know now, because this might be a good place to stop, and I'll build a nice bridge into it. Otherwise, this might take a little while. I'd say 40 minutes.
I'm good.
I don't have to go, but I do need another bio break if we're continuing past this
Everybody take 3 minutes, and when we get back, we'll take stock. Ready to go.
I'm done.
I am back-a-lack-a-lack.
I am also here.
I'll be honest, this is not how I expected this to go.
Huh.
Which part is this?
The whole, like, ships running into things. Like, I thought somebody would be like, hey, the ship's not moving. And there was going to be, like, a lot more of a methodical, like, oh, the ship's not moving. As opposed to, like, everybody rolling so poorly on their perceptions that, God, I feel like 99 of the last 100 rolls you guys made were perception checks. I gotta work on that.
Yeah, I think we all figured it was someone else. Someone else is looking.
Yeah.
Like it was our ship. Ship's
Somebody
full.
else has got this. I'm hungry.
Someone is on this.
So just to check, the two of you are okay with continuing? Should we continue?
Yeah, I'm good.
Anybody else
fine.
back?
I'm here.
Ryan, you good to continue?
Yes.
I live.
So Ryan's good, Brian's good, Sham's good. Rob, you good to continue?
Yes.
Excellent. MES, Spencer, Janessa?
Yeah, I'm fine. I was just doing some.
Oh no,
some
Spencer, I
stuff.
see you lighting up, but I don't want to hear anything.
What? Oh, damn it!
I don't know how long you've been muted. Oh no.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not catching my voice.
Oh, Spence, I can't hear you, buddy.
I don't.
I just need
All right, I'm just trying
confirmation.
to. I'm trying to talk.
Hey, there he is. Hey, Spence.
Hey, sorry. Well, also, I mean, I've been using the push to talk, but I think it gets jacked up sometimes. I don't know why.
It's all good. I think just Panda then? Andy, you good for a bit?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
Cool. No, I just wanted to make sure, as long as everybody's on board with us continuing, then we're good to continue. I just exclude anybody.
Oh yeah, I give like a 0 out of 10 effort at work, so
Hey,
doesn't matter.
it's fine. We work together.
It's all over 9 o'clock for me.
That's true. You West Coast. Okay. So, somebody had asked a question about moving into the town and trying to see if there was a sign of anything or something along those lines.
Yeah, I was asking if, basically if it looked like it had been, like, a struggle, or if people were, like, moving out quickly.
It, for the most part, looks like a total ghost town. There's nobody moving around. It's a beautiful day. The wind is blowing. The streets are empty. You hear a sound that sounds like bubbling water. And the well in front of you and to the left, in front of the building, a spout of water comes out of it. And this creature crawls out.
Oh no, it's chaos.
And sort of, it doesn't necessarily look like a creature per se. It takes a minute to kind of figure out what the fuck is going on. This thing slides out of the well and lands on the ground on its belly. And it stands up upright and looks around. And when it looks down the street and it sees all of you, it shifts the...
What's even worse than chaos?
Oh no.
It looks down the road at you all and makes this noise, this like... And you begin to hear things moving around, shuffling of shelves, opening of doors. Let's get you all to roll some initiative.
So it's probably friendly.
Exactly. Hold on.
Oh my god!
Shit! Let me clear the tracker. Shit.
Everybody except for Perry get to re-roll.
So I didn't see shit. Anybody that wants to re-roll can re-roll. Otherwise, let me know what you were when you first rolled, and I'll add you back.
I had a nat 20, making it 24.18.
Cool. Go ahead and roll yourself, and then you should be able to click where your number is in the tracker and edit it yourself. We'll just let you put it.
I'm sorry, do what now?
So, do you see the tracker on the left-hand side of the screen that says turn order?
Oh, edit on the tracker. Okay.
Yeah. Once you've rolled yourself again, you should be there, and then you can edit it to put in your own value. All right. Make sure we're on here. Oh, no, we're not. Boo!
So I'm putting the number in and it's just setting it back to the new roll.
And what was your old roll?
24.18, it was in nat 20.
Should have you in now.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah, no problem. I am just going to take a second to move these boys to the token lair because I can't roll initiative for all of them at the same time, which is, by cool I mean not cool. So, as this kind of happens, this noise is made, these things begin running out of the houses that you see in the town. I'm going to work on the honor system in that you don't see the ones that are inside the buildings. So this one, that one, and this are not technically visible right now. But you do hear some commotion. I'm going to go back.
We didn't see your pings because it's on the
cool.
camera.
So you see those three buildings, the two to your right and the one to your left? There are ones inside of those as well. Do you see that thing?
No, we see the tokens, but we don't see your pings.
Okay. So the ones in this building, that building, and technically this, you don't know we're there yet. You see this one, and you see that one, and you see that one.
So just the ones inside, basically.
Right. Thank you for saying what apparently figured fuck because I'm done!
No, you said it.
Now let's see is it actually adding these boys? 1, 2, 3. Okay, it is actually adding them this time. So how does that work? Do I have to open a new character sheet for each one of these things that I want to roll for?
No, you can use the same character sheet, just click each individual token. You just have to click each token.
Okay, so click, as this thing started to scream, 3 of these monsters have entered the street. They appear to be about 6.5 feet tall. They're much taller than the average human. They've got scales, they've got this spiked armor, and they're moving from building to building with this like creepy efficiency. It's your turn.
Are we certain these aren't natives? Are they threats?
Just kill them, damn it!
Okay. Clipper will bring off his crossbow off his back and fire. It's pretty simple. I'm level 2.
Who are you shooting at?
I'm shooting at the one near, the well over here.
Okay.
Oh,
that definitely hits.
Shouldn't Perry have gone before Clipper?
Yes, but that's fine. Perry can go right after Clipper.
Okay, I totally forgot. Okay, well, let's see. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, so your crossbow bolt flies from its I don't know, are you holding a crossbow? Is it built into you? How does that work?
No, I'm holding this one. I only have built-in swords.
So the bolt that you let go as this thing lets out, it's like hits it square in the chest and almost pushes it back up against the wall. It looks down angrily. Relic, it's your turn.
I've antagonized them for you.
Perry? Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Perry, it's your turn. Then it'll be Relic's turn. I don't know why it didn't reorganize after I re-added you. So Perry, it would be your time to fuck these nerds up. You are muted, by the way, it looks like.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
All you missed was a joke about how short I am. So
Hey.
nothing important there. Okay, so from where I'm at, I should be able to cast Grease anywhere around them. So I'll go ahead and do that. You guys have seen this before. I pull out a pork rind and say some words and throw it at the dude's kind of this area.
Sure. If you could link the spell by just clicking on it, it'll give me an idea for how big to make it as well as what to do when they get there. Wonderful. 10 foot centered on the one that you put down. It is a 10-foot square centered on that. So I think that would be like this.
Yeah, that looks fine.
Cool. Slip grease, etc. Okay. Do you have any bonus actions, any movement you want to use before the end?
No, I'm gonna stay back here.
Cool. You can use your movement to move farther back in the line if you want to. Otherwise, if you're all set, we will
Oh
Move
yeah,
on.
good call. I'll just hide behind Eligor.
Yeah, no problem. So this thing comes out of the building in a hurry. Clearly walks. Oh Jesus! Okay, I'm not going to make any more movements until you're done, and then I'm done fucking.
I'm gonna advance a few feet and throw my javelin at the guy that has not yet moved.
Do it. That'll definitely hit. That'll definitely do a lot of damage.
For 8 damage.
Yep.
And then I will draw my sword and ready myself for their charge. And that's it.
Cool. So here comes their charge. Here comes this guy as he runs out of the building and needs to make a dexterity saving throw. Perry, I don't know your DC, but it's probably less than a 15.
It is 14.
Yeah. So he kind of runs into this thing and manages to catch his footing. He's going to run forward. Is it difficult to try? Yeah, it is. So that would still count. So he kind of bobs and weaves in and out. He's going to take one look at Ralik, and he's going to throw a spear at you.
Turn around is fair play.
He throws his spear at you for a 14.
Deflected to my shield.
Yeah, so it hits your shield. It comes up and over. This thing makes the same noise that the first one did loudly. Vol, it's your turn.
All right. So if I measure here, can I cut 20 behind the group here, and then is this like a big wall, or is this just like a little sidewalk?
Yeah, I would say that's definitely like a 4-foot high wall.
Okay. Well, so I'd be peeking out like 2 feet on the top.
Sure.
All right. So I'm gonna move myself. I'd be right there, which is 30. And then I'm gonna go ahead and cast. Where is it? Do my little. Let's see. Let me think real quick. Quick poem.
No problem. As a side note, you would know what these things are. You've seen these things in the marsh before. They're not necessarily natural denizens, but they've weaved in and out over the years.
All right, so then that kind of backs my confidence in kind of going at them then and trying to get like inside of their range. So I'm using symbiotic entity to kind of empower my spores. So give me 2 seconds real quick. Let me think of something.
Yeah, no problem.
I don't know. I like making his little poems.
Sure. Tia, while he comes up with his description, this is all supposed to be happening at once, so you are more than free.
Yeah, I guess I will crossbow the one that is closest to us.
Do it. Give me that crossbow.
Okay. I'm useful.
There's this beautiful glass window
Oh no.
in this building that looks like it's been there for 100 years. It's no longer there. It's shattered into 1,000 pieces as your crossbow bolt goes through it. Vol, a poem yet, or should we move on?
No, I'm good. All right, I'm gonna do. So he starts to like same as last time, kind of like leak out of his eyes, and like a gas starts coming out of his mouth, and he just says real quietly, "Machines of death, they laugh and play. For their minds, the peaceful prey. Where they're wrong, they see not. The world they know will turn to rot." And like as he says that, like a gas just starts coming out of his mouth, and same as last time, like starts evaporating off the stuff that leaked out of his eyes and mouth on the ground.
Oh, like, thanks! I hate it.
I feel personally attacked.
Well, it was supposed to tie in a little bit, so then it just disappears into the spores, and you don't see it anymore.
Yeah, that's awful. Thanks, but also very good. Eligor, it's your turn. Oh, I saw you ping, but I didn't see anything.
Do we see that one?
No, not yet. That door is closed.
Okay. Making sure.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'm going to... I'm going to javelin the one close to us. I'll join the group on...
Yeah, join the group and fucking this guy up. Okay, that definitely hits. Let's see your damage. Now it's just the... Does it
8
include
plus
the necrotic?
4. It includes the 4 necrotic, yeah. So at 8 plus 4.
Okay, so 12 damage. This javelin hits this thing right in the chest, and before its body is able to completely rot away, it pulls the javelin out, like, extremely disturbed at what it just saw.
I'm also going to move up there behind the wall. Like,
Okay.
get in cover.
Yep. This one will move in here, so it'll make its roll. It falls flat on its ass. It'll use the rest of its movement to stand up, making 20 to there. So that's all it can do. As a result, it's going to try to throw its javelin or spear at Vol. We're going to give Vol probably +2 AC here because you'd have at least partial cover based on the positioning of the wall. So, this is... What's your natural AC? Isn't it like 18?
19.
Yes, this would need to be a 21 to hit. Yeah, so its spear goes sailing over your head. Speaking of the one that you can't see, it's going to run out and thank Relic for being such a good sport about the bad DM, as it makes 2 attacks. It's going to attack with its spear. And miss. And it's going to try to bite you. And probably miss again.
Yeah.
So as you're kind of getting ready for this attack, this thing rushes out of it, starts chomping at you. You're easily able to kind of bat it away. Another one that you guys can see will move to there. It's going to throw its spear at Tia, because you weren't attacked last session, so why the fuck not? Tia, 14, does it hit you?
Nope.
Alright. So you easily bat this thing's attack away. The DM realizing he needs to make much more dangerous monsters for you guys, as another one comes running out through the grease. Needs to make a save. These poor bastards. 2, falls flat on his ass, stands back up. That's as far as he could go. He's going to try to throw his spear at Callie. Callie, incoming, ranged spear attack. Does a 19
That
hit
is a
you?
hit. Yes.
No, it's not. Shut the fuck up. Alright, you take 6 piercing damage as the spear made of like bone and coral comes sailing over the group and manages to hit you, rallying the rest of these nerds around the idea that somebody can be hit. Kelly, but now it's your turn. So,
Ow. Kelly, now that she has like a spear through where even is the spear in her body?
your chest.
Okay, she's got a spear sticking out of her chest. And she like wipes the blood from the spear wound onto her hand and begins to sing in this this diminished elven chant. Give up, give up, give up now. And the 3 in front of her, they should make
1, 2,
wisdom
3.
saving throws.
Alright, I will roll 3 wisdom saving throws. Charisma saving throws? Charisma saving throws. I'll make 3 charisma saving throws, starting with the one with 2 health. Then we'll do the one in front of Ralik, and then we'll do the one to the right of that. So 1, 2, 3. What's your DC?
DC is 13, so the second one, 6.
Okay, so the one in front of Ralik succeeds. 1d4 and subtract the number rolled from the attack. Okay, yeah, perfect. I will mark these boys, and we will move on to Rorik. Son of Walter. Unless
also,
Callie has a bonus action.
Yeah, Kelly does have a bonus action. I just don't know who to inspire.
Rorik, son of Walter, is about to go.
Rorik speaks Elvish. Like he's probably the best Elvish speaker that Kelly that's in the group. So maybe he's inspired by these dark words.
Sure. Rorik, don't forget your inspiration, but it is your turn, my man.
Got it. Just needed to change one thing for a technicality.
Take your time.
He has his two short swords, walks up to this guy, and he's just like, "You're dead."
Oh.
Never mind.
I mean,
He's
you never know
going
what
to.
their AC is. You could try to roll for it.
It's higher than 9.
I'm going to use that 1d6 bardic inspiration to
There you go.
not. Maybe.
Ooh, I think you might have done it. Let me double check. Yeah, so their AC is 12, so you do.
Awesome.
We see that damage. Oh boy. Yeah, this thing takes a brutal stab into the abdominal area. It looked like you were going to miss, but at the last, Relic kind of like bended his shield and shoved it into its gut, which forced it forward into your short sword. So the sneak attack was a big deal here. Now you have an offhand attack, don't you? Sure do.
Yep.
The damage on that.
I needed to change that because I'm not proficient with offhand weapons yet.
Cool. So
it doesn't
you
get the
drive a
proficiency
sword
bonus.
down into this thing while it's in pain and suffering. It does die.
Awesome. I am going to move in front of the turtle. You're like, damn it, we're supposed to protect you.
Right. Stay away from my friend. Speaking of people who want people to stay away from their friend, this gentleman is going to run out. He's going to take the dash action, and he's going to run up right next to you.
Is he within 5 feet of me?
He sure did get within 5 feet of you.
Well,
now, there's a save they have to make with that, right?
I believe so. I
Constitution?
meant to link it there, not... Yeah, let me see here. Yeah, Constitution saving throw against
Okay,
my
let's
spell.
make it. Now, if they fail, is it half damage, or if they pass, is it half damage, or their buddy failed? It takes.
Yeah, let me try to link it. I don't. Probably easier.
Okay, so yeah, it looks like fail equals all passing. Yeah, this thing comes running into you, but slows down. Its spear in the air, ready to stab you in the face, but it catches wind of whatever you just barfed up and is not okay with it. Now that we're at the end of the round, a few more sounds are heard from farther beyond.
Wait, did I roll the second dice for that, or did I just roll one?
I think you just roll. If you hover over the damage, it just says 1d4.
Oh, but I have symbiotic entity on.
Okay. So yeah, I'll rely on you to let me know how much damage it takes.
Sorry, yeah, symbiotic entity does a second roll.
So yeah, do /roll 1d4.
Oops. What did I do there?
Yeah, there you go. So 7 total damage, it looks like, right?
Yep, correct.
Cool. Take the last 3 off in a moment. Got it. Right. The last... No. The 2.1 is next round. So, Perry, it is your turn.
Wait, sorry to jump in, but did you attack with that guy?
No, he used his action to dash, which was...
Oh, okay, sorry. Alright.
So 3 of us have been hit with spears.
I think 3 of you have had spears thrown at you, and Callie's the only one who actually got.
Spear sticking out of her chest. Used it to cast a spell.
Told you
Okay,
you should carry your shield.
I'm going to run over. I don't know why I did that. Run over here to Callie. And kind of as I'm running past you, I'm going to put my hand on you and cast Mage Armor.
Callie's not capable of accepting mage armor because she's wearing leather armor. And mage armor doesn't work if they're already wearing armor.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought it was just if it's higher than.
No.
Well, I don't know that, and I cast Mage Armor anyway, so I'm gonna extend
That's
my.
what I thought, too.
Wait, why did that spend 3 slots? Or 2 slots?
It's all good.
Huh. Anyways.
You still have 2, so... Yeah, and a... Huh. Who isn't wearing armor? Today I learned.
Well, that's a shit spell. It hasn't worked on anybody.
You should
And I'll
still
run
have
up.
bonus action? Yeah, go ahead.
I'll run up here in front of Vol.
Okay. So, Clipper, it would be your...
Oh yeah, sorry. Well, gee, I feel like I'm doing kind of the same thing, but this time I'm just gonna go ham and fire. Well, I can't fire 2 times because that's not how. I don't know if I can fire 2 times because that's not how things work. So let me get in here and fire. Well, does anyone know if with reloading if I can fire? I think it's only once per round, right?
I think so, yeah.
All
Yeah,
right.
that sounds right.
Just like crossbow mastery helps prevent that.
Yeah. Hold on one sec. Hold on one sec. So I move up and I'm going to hit twice.
Who are you attacking?
Did it not? Oh, the one, I guess the one in the corner, because this other one's surrounded completely.
Right. So the one you attack first with the 15 for 5 piercing, it dies. You drive your sword into its chest, it loses all sense of mobility.
Good
you pull your
gravy.
sword out and are easily able to stab the next one if
I'll
that's your
stab
plan.
the next one. Yes, I'll stab the next one.
Yeah, it catches its shoulder as it angrily turns back and forth, realizing it's surrounded now. Do you have a bonus action or anything that you'd like to expend?
I'm just gonna do a. I'm gonna do a action surge. Just get it all out.
Cool.
There.
Let's do it.
Oh no! Oh bad. Okay. Well, that didn't work out.
It's all good. Do you get? No, you only get your attack action.
Yeah.
Okay. So no, feeling your first sword, it manages to kind of turn the shield around and block your next attack. Ralik, the one in front of you is dead. Your friends have one of them surrounded. It is your turn.
Okay, sorry.
With an orderly advance over the body of that guy. Attack with my longsword.
Do it. It catches its shield.
That's it.
Okay. That one's dead. Vol, it's your turn.
Alright, well, I'm going to take a swing with the quarterstaff at the one diagonal to me there. That's kind of
Sure.
surrounded by everybody.
That'll hit. Yeah, you totally punch this thing in the face with your quarterstaff.
And then with I use a bonus action of Shillelagh, or however you pronounce it.
You can, but it might have made sense to do that first.
Yeah,
Do you want to do a bonus action and then kind of redo that?
Oh, I didn't know you could do it that way.
Your bonus action can totally go first. So I'll re-add its 4 health, If you cast Shillelagh, how much bonus damage do you get? Just link Shillelagh real quick.
Yeah.
Strength. It becomes a D8 first of all.
Yeah, and then I think there's some. Well, I have additional poison damage from my symbiotic entity.
Yeah, and you use wisdom and I assume wisdom instead of strength because you're a druid.
Right. Yeah, we probably need to set this up for you. So go ahead and roll 1d8. Just slash roll 1. And then however much additional damage you add from your symbiotic identity, do a slash roll. That number is...
So that's 1d6, but it's poison damage.
That's fine. Yeah, okay, so this thing takes
Plus
9 damage.
Plus his wisdom modifier.
Oh, yeah. What's your wisdom modifier?
4.
So this thing takes 13 damage. So, when your stick comes down, this thing, like, it takes the brunt of it to its face, and it looks like it's going to be until this weird, like, black mold spreads across its head, and then the rest of its head caves in. Tia, it's your turn. That thing is dead.
I'm gonna. So. Callie looked like she is very, very gravely injured, or just like, I'm fine. I'll be good.
Go ahead and make a free medicine check.
Oh, right. I forgot we could do that.
Mm-hmm. It looks like it hurts, but she could easily keep going.
Okay. Then I'm gonna run up here, and I'm gonna boop that guy with my enhanced mace. Oh yeah, it worked. I rolled shitty. That's a second number. That's broken.
That's okay. You take a swing at it, misses wildly. There's this other really nice glass window in this other shop.
Wait, why do I miss?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's
no, it does. It does. Okay, I was looking at my medicine thing and I was
yeah.
dumb.
No, there's this other really nice window. And after you hit his shield, you kind of try to pull your mace back, and you shattered the shit out of it.
Embarrassing.
It's okay. You're just not into glasswork. Eligor, it's your turn.
Let's see. That's a lot of dead. I'm gonna charge up to this one and give it a swing then.
Do it.
I'm gonna suck shit.
The third beautiful glass window that you guys have seen is shattered to pieces.
Let's just burn this building down.
Right.
Are we saving this town or not?
Apparently they're drawn here by the glasswork. Destroy it all! This thing's going to make 2 attacks at you, Eligor. It's going to start with a 2-handed spear. 15. Does that hit?
Nope.
What about a 7? Nope. All right. So that thing sucks. Yes. That one's dead. This one's alive. It's going to move 30 feet. Making you, again, the only one who is in range, so it's going to throw its spear. Miss wildly. And this one will come running out. It's going to dash, because anything else feels stupid at this point. It's going to get to there. This one's still alive. Tia, you tried to attack it. You broke that window. You made so much noise. It's going to try to attack you. It's going to make 2 attacks. The first one with its spear. 5. Second one with a bite. First one.
Oh yeah, that'll hit.
All right. So this thing tries to drive its spear into you. You dodge out of the way, but while it passes your shoulder, it sinks its fangs into your shoulder for a good 5 piercing damage. The blood starts to flow.
Ow.
The next one up inside the grease, who has already thrown his spear, will attempt to move out, but grease means he has to make a dex save at the start of his turn. So we will do a dex. He falls right the fuck back down with his ass, spends half of his movement getting up, and only has 15 feet of movement to use. So he will run to here. Clipper, he's going to take 2 attacks at you. One with his bite for a 4, as he loses most of his teeth in your metal hide.
Oh, yes.
And then a claw attack for a 6.
Eat it. Did the other one attack me too?
No.
Okay.
Are you talking about the one to your right?
Yeah.
No, that one attacked right.
I knew that.
Callie, it's your turn.
So, Callie, I need to figure out how much I can cover with that. But Callie's got like a spell that she's gonna cast, and I'm just stalling for time while I find the area of the spell.
So I forgot to roll a thing for a guy, so I'll do that.
Is that a valid area where
Could you link the spell?
Where Aligar yes, sleep. So she's gonna cast at this level. But that's an alright sleep. And she continues saying, I don't know if this hits Eligor though.
I would say it would, but after the 10 points that it takes to put the first one to sleep, it wouldn't really do anything to Eligor.
Well, I won't worry then. She's singing a very dark lullaby. Like, you know how parents say, like, tell stories to children that are actually about murder and shit? Like, fucking Jack and Jill went up.
Sure, Ring Around the Rosie, which is about children that have the plague.
It's one of those, and it's a lullaby. And she's still saying this in this dark voice.
Yeah, I mean, one of them falls asleep. Eligor shakes it off. The other 2 are unaffected. Oh, Rorik, it's your turn.
I walk up behind this guy and I'm gonna stab him.
Stab the shit out of him. That'll hit. -10.
And if he's still up, I'm gonna stab him again.
That'll miss. Yeah, after the first one, he kind of uses his tail to knock your other attack out of the way. Perry, it's your turn.
Was that the sleeping one?
No, the sleeping one's up by Eligor.
Oh, I mixed them up.
So to make a ranged spell attack, do I just click on the spell and it does it automatically, or is there something
It should, depending on which spell it is. Like, the ones that require a save are a little bit different than the ones that are like an actual ranged spell attack. Okay. So if you're on the main page of your character sheet, like at the front page, under attacks, you should have Chill Touch there. If not, we can totally figure it out.
I do not have Chill Touch there.
Let me take a look at your sheet. Character sheet. Well, yeah, you totally fucking don't. Here, let me try this. Okay, it should be on there now. Go ahead and click Chill Touch. That'll definitely hit.
Okay. And how do I ping?
Just click on Chill Touch, like the
how do
word
I-
itself.
Yeah, how do I like ping like a location?
Oh, yeah. So if you have the tool that looks like an arrow key selected in the top left-hand corner on that upper bar, If you click and hold for a second, you'll pay.
Okay, so
There you
I'm chill touching this guy.
Oh yeah, so if you click on the word chill touch, it'll give me the damage. He takes 6 necrotic damage. What's your chill touch look like, Perry?
So for chill touch, Perry starts muttering to himself, kind of in a tone that matches kind of the dark voice that Callie is using. He says, Quad Avara Manus Frigare. And he holds one hand out in front of him, takes a deep breath, and starts channeling energy into that hand. He then reaches his hand down, touches the ground, and a kind of spectral zombie-looking hand comes up from the ground at the location of the dude over there and grabs onto him.
Yeah, it, like, sinks down into his chest for a moment. You notice, like, the vitality leave him momentarily. He goes for a breath that doesn't quite catch. It's weird. It's creepy. If you have a bonus action or anything, it would be your time to do so.
Nope, no bonus actions.
Awesome. All right.
I'm just gonna stay put.
Let's move on to Clipper. It's your turn.
Oh, that round was a lot faster. Okay, fish people, it's time to get wrecked. That's not what I say. I look at the fish person in front of me and I'm like, oh, this shouldn't have happened. I shouldn't have come here in the front. I'm going to attack the one directly in front of me with my sword. It spins out from my elbow joint and I grab it with my hand.
Oh yeah.
Hit it. And then the second attack, very bad. The other one locks into my other elbow as it like tries to go into its like little wrist compartment. And I'm like, oh, jam! Jam!
Yeah, it's weird because it comes out for a second and knocks off the shoulder plate of the one in front of you, which flies backwards into a building and knocks out this beautiful glass window.
Oh no, I'm part of the problem.
The round continues, as that one takes 5 damage. Now, the one that runs out of the building to your west is going to throw a spirit Vol. So, you're going to get a spear thrown at you, but you have a bajillion AC, so it's not going to matter.
Oh, clank.
Yeah. So that one runs out, but then it as opposed to running towards you, it runs away. Ralik, it's your turn.
I am going to attack this one next to me that
Do it.
has been consistently missed.
Give him the business.
In the business. 15.
That'll do it.
Oh, I'm going to use my Divine Smite to...
Fuck this motherfucker up. Oh,
I'm
Jesus.
tired of him.
He's
17.
super dead. You cut down into his shoulder. He smiles at you before the line that you cut extends via a brilliant white light, travels down into his center, and pops him like a balloon. He falls backwards, dead as fuck. Is that your whole turn?
That's my whole turn.
Okay. That one's dead. Vol, it's your turn.
So what would I hit with Thunderous Belch if I did it from the spot to the right of Clipper?
Everything. So it would come from a specific point.
And it would V's out.
Whether that point is here. I think it's a 10-foot cone, is that right?
Yeah.
I think it's a square.
It might be a square.
Wait, Thunder
I think
Wave or...
It says a cube. Yeah, it's Thunderous Wave, yeah.
Thunder wave, yeah. I think
Yeah,
it'd be,
so it's
I think you
like a-
basically hit like this.
So
Yeah,
it's too dangerous for that.
You would definitely hit a bunch of your friends.
Yeah, alright, so I'm coming around here. Can I use my bonus action on the way past?
You can use your bonus action at any time on your turn.
Alright, so I can use it at the end because it's got 60-foot range.
Yeah.
So I'm coming up here, and I'm going to take a swing at the one directly in front of me with my quarterstaff.
Give him the business. 12 will hit.
Alright, so... And then he's going to get shillelied.
Oh, yeah. Do a one, just, it's fine, it hits. So do slash roll 1d8 and slash roll, what was it, 1d4?
1d6 for poison damage. Yeah. Oh, no, the 1d6 poison damage isn't from my shillelagh, that's from, yeah.
Sure, but it's still up,
yeah.
Right?
Correct.
Okay. So the guy in front of you, which is this guy here, takes 6 damage.
I think we added the wisdom.
Correct.
Too.
And then I was going to use my bonus action to
Wisdom added too.
cast Healing Word on Callie.
Sure. What's your healing word look like?
I imagine it's gross. I imagine that.
Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty much he just takes the staff that's just. I mean, it's shillelagh. It's all green and viney and everything like that. And he kind of runs it, in front of him and just gets all this like toxicity and poison and like I don't know, it's a kind of acidic material all over it, and he just points it towards her, and it kind of evaporates in her general direction and just rushes as like a cloud of green smoke towards her.
Yeah, like maggots closing a wound, any open wounded tissue sort of closes up. This guy, I think, this guy's alive. He runs out of the building, gets a measure for what's going on. He'll use his dash action to run away. That guy's gone. Tia, it's your turn.
Sorry, which one ran away?
He's way outside of your range. He's gone.
Okay. I guess I'll run up and join the party on this one up here.
Sure. Fuck him up.
Probably not, but we're gonna try. Away from all the windows.
Or so you think.
Ooh,
Totally hit him.
I do not know why that whispered. Boop.
Oh, it's fine. I got it.
Okay.
So it's 5 plus 1, I think, because of your weapon.
Yeah. Well, because of my ability. Because it's an upgraded weapon.
And it's this guy directly that's south.
Yep.
Alright, yeah, it's a solid hit. Sinks into his side. You hear some ribs break. Eligor, I think we're on to you, unless, Tia, did you have any bonus actions or movement you want to use?
I don't think so. Everyone looks like they're doing okay health-wise.
Alright, Eligor, you're...
Alright, so this one next to me is having a good sleep, right?
Yeah, he's passed the fuck out.
Great. I'm gonna skedaddle over to this one way over here.
Okay.
I just imagine this tiptoeing over the sleeping one.
Yeah, he totally just like, whoops, sorry about your luck. Yep, that'll definitely hit.
Better luck.
So the necrotic damage, what is that from?
That's from the Blood Hunter.
Okay, do you...
I pretty much keep that permanently on.
Okay. Do you lose max health when you use that? I
Yes.
forget how that
This 24 is not my maximum health. That
Right.
is with it.
Totally.
And I also... Oh, I do have it. All right. I have the gray weapon, so I'm just going to re-roll one of those ones.
Yeah, no problem. Now, as far as sleep goes... I mean, there's not even like a save to wake up from sleep, right?
No,
it's just like,
it's
no,
only if
you're
we get
passed the fuck out. Yeah.
Something
So that
has to
dude's
wake
asleep. That dude's dead. This dude, he will make a claw and bite because he threw his spear. So he'll bite and claw. Does the claw hit you with an 18? Mr. Allegor?
No. Yes, it does.
Okay. Claw will hit you with the 18. He'll sink his claws into you for a pitiful 2 slashing. Next game, y'all are just fighting a Runneraz. You hear a sound of a door opening and the sound of footsteps moving away. This one, he's somehow still alive. He smells blood, and he's going to...
I love spores.
Is that like when they start their turn within your
so
range?
They have to either move within 10 feet of me or start their turn within 10 feet of me.
Okay, and does that... I think you still owe me another roll then,
yeah,
right?
1d4. Yep, correct.
Yeah. -4. Yeah, this one's coughing and choking, and he's having a really bad time, but he does smell blood, and he smells it from Tia, so he's going to make 2 attacks at Tia, and these have advantage because Tia doesn't have all of her health. So Tia, 22 on you. For 4 piercing damage. And a 21 on you. For 5 slashing damage. As this thing basically bites and rends in, pulling your armor off and trying to sink its teeth into you. Something about the smell of blood has seemed to change this thing in some way. This one, also smelling the blood, will try to attack you as well.
Oh shit.
Bite attack for 18.
That's bad. That's so bad.
It is bad. Does the 18 hit you?
Yeah, that hits.
You take 3 piercing damage.
Okay.
And it'll try to make a claw attack at you. For 23.
Oh, I take a nap.
Yep.
Good night.
You are down. It does, on the bright side, it does 4 damage to you. What a bad. This thing, whatever the scent of blood is, seems to have turned this thing into a completely different creature. Callie, you watch Tia go down as these 2 monsters rip into her, pulling her armor apart, biting her, and clawing her.
So let's kind of step back a little bit to the moment when fucking she's got like this thing going over her chest, like closing the wound. And I like to imagine that it was going to fully heal her, but there was going to be a spear still stuck in her. So she rips the spear out of her chest.
For 1 damage.
Yes, for 1 damage, which is why she's got 14. Sure. And then Tia is being torn to shreds, so Callie is gonna, let's see if she can, like, efficiently reach Tia. I don't think so. Okay, she can't get close enough to Tia to help her. But she charges into these beasts. And actually, can she use this? No, she can't. She rushes toward these creatures, and she...
As long as you don't end your turn in another creature's space, you could technically, like, step into Rorik's space.
No, she doesn't have the speed for that. Otherwise, she would have been able to, like, end her turn on fucking Tia's space. What was I saying? Right. She runs through the which one attacked Tia actually?
Both of them.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
It took 4 hits to bring her down.
Which one took Tia down?
The one closest to you.
Okay. Yeah. Then she's gonna try and bring this one down.
Sure. Yeah. I mean that hits. As it's biting at Tia and pulling her arm, trying to pull her arm off, we see the view of it attacking her as a thin blade slides completely through its chest. It then retracts
No.
quickly, and the thing dies.
had to be dangerous with the whole.
And she's now here. Oh, sorry, you probably want to X out the token.
No, it's
she's,
fine.
She's gonna move
Yeah,
into
I've got it
space.
highlighted. You can totally move it in space. Rurik.
Also, can she add Bardic Inspiration to Tia to help with her death save?
Not with death saves, but you could inspire somebody else because you still have your bonus.
Okay, in that case, I'm gonna see if I can remember who's able to... who's not going to be here. She's gonna help Rallick. She's gonna inspire Rallick.
Sure. So, Rurik, it would be your turn. You'll miss with an 8. And you'll miss with a 6. This thing is totally surrounded, and it's fighting for its life. You hear a door open and a door close as another creature flees off into the distance.
Yeah,
That one's dead. Perry, it's your turn.
Yeah, usually it's not this long.
No, usually it ends at 11. So it's because.
So we have 2 that are still up and 1 that's sleeping, and then a couple fleeing.
Pretty much done.
Yeah, as best you can tell, I mean, you could definitely see this one to your left. But this one's asleep. I don't know if you can see my arrow. I should probably ask that.
We can.
You can't. Awesome.
I can
No,
see
we
it.
can.
Oh,
We
okay.
can.
So this one's alive, and this one's asleep. This one's alive, and this one appears to be running away.
Okay, so you said we can't end our turn in the space of another creature since Tia is down. Could I end my turn in that space?
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe with my halfling nimbleness?
No, yeah, you wouldn't even need that, but yes, with your halfling nimbleness, especially so.
Okay, so I'm gonna kind of just dart in between everyone and stand over Callie. And I'm going to take... There's an action to, like, protect, right?
You could basically do, like...
I'm sorry, over to you.
You could do, like, a dodge action to cause disadvantage on anybody attacking you. But as far as an action to protect, not necessarily. I mean, here's what I would say. If you're standing in the space of a downed creature, unless somebody else casts, like, an AoE spell in that space, the assumption is they're going to attack you and not whatever's in that space.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, these things just seem kind of feral, and I don't want them, like, eating my friends.
Totally.
And in that case, I will chill touch again to the one in front of me.
Okay. Yeah, I think Chill Touch is a ranged spell attack, which would give you disadvantage, but you can totally still do it. Basically, doing a ranged spell attack in melee range of something like a hostile creature gives you disadvantage, assuming you can kind of like swipe at your somatic abilities.
Gotcha.
Unless somebody, am I wrong there? Does anybody know?
That's
I mean,
right.
that makes sense to me.
Okay, yeah. So go ahead and make your Chill Touch roll.
Oh,
The 12 will definitely still hit. Nope. 12 will definitely still hit. Yeah, that same creepy hand that you reached out with before grabs at this thing and slows it down. It's feral. It's lashing out in multiple directions. But when your ghostly hand reaches into its chest, it takes 2 extra breaths to do anything that it wanted to do. Clipper, it's your turn.
Okay, we're almost there, everyone. I'm gonna attack this one that's in the center of the pile, so that we can just get it away from my friends. Hit it, yeah.
Totally.
Hit it again, or whatever.
Yep.
Does it need more? Here we go. There's some more for you.
Yeah, you give it like the 1-2 punch. Its head comes off. It's dead as fuck.
Oh gosh. So
now the first attack was enough to kill it. If you'd like to move and attack another one, you totally could.
I suppose Are we attacking this helpless one?
We need one alive.
All right. Hold on. No, that's not going to work. I'll move into the bush
There you go.
and pull out my crossbow in case there's more action.
That's fine. This
Yeah.
one darts off towards the land as opposed to the sea, which might seem a little bit weird. But Rallic, it's your turn. There's one left standing that's really any sort of threat. There's another sleeping one, and you hear sounds of fleeing in the distance.
No one's tended to my downed friend, so I'm gonna go to her. Use lay on hands.
There you go.
Ask Nienna to heal my friend. Heal her for I'll heal her for 5.
Tia, you are conscious. You're staring at Perry's crotch and Rallic's helpful hands.
What is going on? What did I miss?
And then I'm gonna rush off to the last one that seems to be aggressive towards us.
Totally. That one's dead. Vol, it's your turn. There's one in view that is any sort of threat. The other one's asleep.
Let's see. I don't think I can even make it to the one that's asleep.
10, 25, 30. No, I mean, you could make it to the one that's asleep. You just couldn't make it to the ones that wake.
I mean, if I attack him, he wakes back up.
He would, but you would have advantage on your attack roll because he's asleep.
Alright, I'm going back up to the one that's sleeping then, because I can't get to the other one. And I'm taking a swing at him with my quarterstaff.
Do it.
Hell yeah.
And
13 will definitely hit because you have advantage. So let's roll the 1d8 and the 1d6.
It's a crit.
Is it? I thought it was paralyzed as a crit.
Anytime they're unconscious and sleeping is
Well, it won't matter because this thing's dead as fuck. You slam your quarterstaff into it. It wakes up momentarily before most of its body rots away. Instantly. Making it super fucking dead. Anybody that sees this, it's fucking terrifying. Just an FYI. That boy's gone. We'll delete him from the order. Eligor, there's only one guy really left that you can see that you have any awareness of, and you guys are locked in Mortal Kombat.
Do we have any idea what these things speak? Or do they just kind of gurgle?
All you've heard thus far is a gurgle. I would allow you and only you to make a nature check if you'd like to perhaps figure that out.
Haha! Yeah. Holy hell.
They definitely understand their language, but as best as you know, that's the only language they would understand. You guys have yelled things at them, commands that they've ignored. It looks like their language is proprietary.
But they do speak something.
Yes,
Great.
they can clearly communicate to each other.
Fantastic. I'm going to kind of try to whack this thing with the flat side of this.
Sure. Give me the business. That'll hit. Oh yeah. So you kind of like you go overhand chop motion at the last minute. You kind of spin the blade flat, land it straight on the top of its head, and this thing is passed the fuck out, unconscious. We'll wrap it up. The other creatures that are still alive run off into the distance. That'll take us out of combat and out of the game. We went significantly longer than I was expecting. So that's the official end of this session. We'll pick up here next week. I'll be around for a little while, but I do gotta piss. So anybody that is going to leave, I love you. You are my heart. You've made this game incredible. All the role-playing you guys did was way more than I expected. So please, please, please understand that, like, this was incredible. I appreciate it every single time. I'll be back here in 2 weeks, and I love you guys. I'll be right back.
We love you too. Well, I gotta go. I got a 9:30, but it was good to see you all.
Yeah, I
Have
gotta
a
go too,
good
but
night.
I'm not gonna be here next week. I'm gonna be in Germany. So
Ooh.
The following week after? I don't think any of us are
No.
going to be here next week, right?
yeah, no, next week for